They've gone live. I haven't done this for so long, and I'm actually very nervous. I don't know how to conduct a live stream, but I couldn't help myself. I was not planning to do any live coverage of Unite the Kingdom rally. I was actually thinking about watching it on TV because, I'm a single dad. It's about 8 p.m. My little kid doesn't go to bed until 10, especially on the weekends. So I thought I'll just watch. But luckily, she went to bed really early, about 7:30. So I thought, I gotta cover this. Watch this. Have a look at this video. Actually, can anyone hear me? Can you hear me? Oh yeah, hopefully. Let me see. Oh, good. Yeah, I've got two microphones. One's this one, which is really good. So I got to use that. But the other one, the default one that's hooked up with my microphone is so horrible. And sometimes I've recorded entire videos, not realizing that StreamYard has switched it over, and I've recorded an entire video in a really poor sound quality. So I know how horrible that is. So that's why I got to check Roadcaster. Okay, so why did I change my mind? And lucky gods, they send my kid to bed early. So let's do this. Why? Because I watched this video of Tommy Robinson. Check this out, guys. This guy is bringing about a revolution. And I thought I want an opportunity to cover this and also be a part of history. Listen to this. Wait. Okay. I'm paranoid about whether it's being covered or not. Okay.
It's the big day where we unite the kingdom. It's here. It's finally here. Do you know how much work and effort has gone into this day?
Go, Tommy.
Pray for us. Pray it's a success. But if you want to watch it, if you're around the world, if you couldn't make it for some reason, you can watch it exclusively on X. You can help us by spreading the word, by sharing it, so that the world can see the rise in Britain, the uniting of the kingdoms
and
in
the
Great Britain. We want to inspire the world. As I said, the production value that's gone into this, the money that's been spent on it, is so that you or everyone come in or sitting at home, get the opportunity to feel part of it, watch it, and enjoy that moment. Yeah. We are uniting. We're inspiring the Western world, and we're only just getting started. Watch where we go from here.
Wow. Watch where we go from here. Wow, that's pretty inspirational. The reason there's so many things that are happening, and I hope, and I think a lot of people are actually clued up with it. Did you guys see that? Oh, I want to say so much, but I obviously have to maintain my decorum. Keir Starmer, two-tier despotic Prime Minister of the UK, Keir Starmer. What a terrible, terrible person. Did you see his speech? Let me play that. So first, he said that he's going to be heavily biased. He's going to shut down patriotic voices. And he boastfully said it the day after he got the spanking of his life by the British public. So he thought, let me go and win over the British public. This is how stupid he is, yeah? So he thought, I received some solid thumping from the British public, but we've done something wrong. So let me go for in his mind, the softest target, the far right. Remember that? I'll go out there, I'll deliver some really passionate anti-far right speech, and suddenly I'll win over the public. I mean, what world does he live in? Can you not read the room? I said once, when the time comes, Keir Starmer is going to throw his Muslim buddies under the bus. But man, I overestimated his intelligence. He's still not doing it. He's still going after the patriots, which are multiplying in orders of magnitude. They're just blowing up. Their numbers are just blowing up. And I think that's what Tommy Robinson meant. He's going to have a helicopter giving us a live coverage. Because, like last time, 1 million people turned up and they were like, 100,000 people. That's how many people turned up. And then we saw. Let me play that to you. Have a look at this. What? So something tells me it's going to be even bigger and better than this because we now have our own helicopter that'll be covering this. I need a whole team. Patriots. How did I save it? No, not the French Patriots. Oh, beating Patriots. Yeah, let me show you. Actually, this is important. Have a look at this. When pro-Pally mobs turn up, we get this. Oh, please come down, sir. Look at this. When there's violent...
Please come down, sir.
Please come down, sir. Oh, that's okay. You want to desecrate our arsenal? That's okay. Come down, sir. Let me roll out a red carpet for you. Okay. But then when patriots come out to defend the cenotaph, because those pro-Pally mobs had said, oh yeah, we don't care about your war memorials or whatever. We're gonna carry out Free the Gaza movement or those protests, and you saw the police officers, the quality of the cops to ensure that they don't desecrate British war memorials. This is how they treated them. Old men, look at them. The riot gear is out. Please come down, sir, to this. This video goes on. I remember this day. That's the day when I became, well, actually got de-radicalized. You know how they say, oh, you got, no, we actually got de-radicalized from your worldview that you had sold to us. Like, like everyone, like all cultures are saying, we got to pretend to love each other. We got to pretend to love those people who want to kill us. So F off. So we got de-radicalized. I got de-radicalized after that. Like I said, you know what? I don't care how you put forward your argument, what free speech you hide behind. I don't care about your labels. Go in and put them in their place. So I wasn't playing that to you because I wanted to show you something else. So yeah, so I thought there's a lovely coverage taking place on Dan Wootton's show. Our very own Nuya Khan is there as well. Those of you who don't know, actually, let me play that. Nuya Khan started off her career right here on my channel, and she's amazing. So Dan Wootton is covering that, and she's on that panel. So I thought I'll share that with you when I run out of things to say. Oh.
The third time you asked me to do it, I said, okay, I'll stand as London Mayor, mainly because of the ULEZ expansion, if you remember that issue, because it fitted quite well in with the campaign.
That's got a very interesting story, actually. I was listening to that. Listen to that. He's got a very interesting story. That actually tells you Nigel Farage, the reason why I'm not a huge fan of Nigel Farage, I think it's going to be a massive letdown. The only reason why we got behind him was because, there was no other option. But Nigel Farage, I'm sorry, is going to disappoint you. For me, the only political person I could actually go is Rupert Lowe, of course, Rupert Lowe. And if Rupert Lowe disappoints, go even righter than him, because someone will come up. Because I've always said it, no civilization just rolls over and dies. Well, actually, I don't know. Now, I used to say that, but then I read a little bit more on the Roman Empire. And, some historians are now saying that one of the reasons of the Roman Empire's fall was that they were letting in what they formerly used to call barbarians. So listen to this guy's story about reform.
I want to start, Howard, by saying you have a history when it comes to Tommy Robinson.
Yeah.
For anyone that hasn't been aware of it, what is your link to Tommy Robinson?
Well, it's interesting. Up until about 2 years ago, I didn't know who the hell he was. And what happened was, as I was standing for London Mayor at the request of Nigel Farage, you may have heard of him.
No, I have no idea who he is.
Yeah, and Richard Tice, because I have 1.8 million people support a campaign I've been running for now 17 years, which is Stop Fuel Duty going up, and quite proud of the success that we've had with that. And it wasn't my good looks that Nigel wanted me for, it's because of the 1.8 million supporters. But bless his cotton socks, I said, after the third time he asked me to do it, I said, okay, I'll stand as London Mayor, mainly because of the ULEZ expansion, if you remember that issue, because it fitted quite well in with the campaign I was running. To cut a long story short, I didn't do very well in it. I came 5th out of it, and I stood for reform. I had no help whatsoever. And even on the day I voted for myself in Westminster, there was not one senior reform person there coming along with a camera to take a picture. You think they would do in one of the biggest elections possible. The only person that did turn up was Rupert Lowe. And Rupert is a good friend. And of course, that didn't help my relationship with Nigel, being friendly with Rupert. And I was also very close to the deputy leader of Reform at that point, a guy called Ben Habib.
Right.
So those two, the three of us, as you know, we got a bit of a checkered history of reform. And what happened, it was simple. On this very show, Dan Wootton show, he asked me, Dan, I said, what do you think of Tommy Robinson? I said, well, I don't know much about it, except to say he should get amazing credit for highlighting the child rape gang issue. You know, for God's sake, incredible the work he's done. Yeah. I don't give a damn about his past. I don't know didn't know him from Adam. 3 or 4 days later, I got a phone call from certain senior people from Reform who simply said, if you continue to speak so lovely about Tommy Robinson, you will be expelled from the party. By the way, I'd already stood down in Dover for Reform and came second, you know, got 23% of the vote in 3.5 weeks of campaigning. So I'd done a lot for Reform, a huge amount. And to get that, I thought, hang on a second, probably 9 out of 10 policies I agree with Reform. But one of them is, I would have thought, is freedom of speech, freedom of opinion, critical thinking.
I mean, Tommy is such a problem to the establishment. Lee, what do you think it is about Tommy that poses such a problem? Because people within political parties, mainstream media, it's like they're allergic to him. They try and smear, distort him. They can't be near him. And we're all going, hang about, this is the man that's done more for children than the whole of Parliament put together.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Tommy's done a huge amount to move the Overton window. And I think we should all be very, very grateful, him and others. But Tommy's spearheaded it, in my view, over many, many years. He got there early. Tommy's problem was, and it's not his problem, it's kind of our country's problem, is that he was there too early, right? So mainstream media vilified him and it stuck. And I kind of understand where some political parties are coming from, because when the mainstream media have completely unfairly labelled him as a racist, it's all complete lies. You have to run... If you're running a political party, you have to run with what the media are going with until you can kind of move the dial, right? So I sympathise, Howard. I probably would have said the same thing, genuinely. I would have sat here and said, yeah, I don't know much about Tommy Robinson. I probably would have said it about the same time. However, you've got to give the guy credit, etc. So I would have said the same thing. So I'm very sympathetic. However, I'm also sympathetic to a political party that's got to navigate these tricky waters to try and gain popular support. Because people like us, we get it, right? But there are so many normies, right, who aren't as tuned into
But see,
politics.
isn't this the problem? Because,
totally.
you know, the mainstream media, Naria, the mainstream media are weaponized, aren't they, against us all the time. And think of all the coverage that's run regarding Tommy Robinson, smearing, distorting, lying. This is now against us. I take this as you come for Tommy Robinson, you come against me now. How do you feel that Tommy Robinson's been treated for simply being a better journalist than anyone in the mainstream media and safeguarding children?
Yeah, so for me, that was a very crucial issue, because I had been out of the country for many years. And when I came back and I saw the extent of the scandal that had rocked this country, and I thought, hang about, there's hardly any people that have the guts to talk about this. And the people that I was researching that were talking about it, one of them was, lo and behold, Tommy Robinson. And just from the background and the family that I grew up in, we're taught that he is the boogeyman, the far right, part of the skinhead era, you know, absolutely hate the man. And I also saw that the mainstream media was reinforcing that same belief. And so if you're at home and you're constantly consuming Sky News and BBC and all of the kind of mainstream media, that's going to be constantly reinforced. And all of the good work that he's done to highlight, as Lee was saying things that are so explosive 20 years ago, just mentioning Pakistani or Muslim, or saying that Islam might be a problem here, had him written off in a way that I had to come and try and, not that he needs any validation, but when I left the faith, I was like, Tommy, there is not many people that know the extent of this religion and how dark it is and how that's played a part into one of the biggest scandals and cover-ups in this country than you do. So I actually had to offer a genuine apology to him that I even thought the way I did initially about him. So I had my own awakening about Tommy, and that actually made me want to sit down with him. And thankfully, because of all of that, I've realized there is another side of media, thanks to channels like this, independent media, breakaway channels, that we can disseminate the truth.
It's interesting you talk about breaking away from the faith, because this is something that we don't hear a lot about from people, because it is incredibly dangerous, isn't it? When you break away from Islam, there are many, many people that put pressure on you, and it's very hard. How widespread do you feel Sharia law is within the UK?
I think it's an incredible. So this problem has been festering for over 2 to 3 decades now. Like I said, when I got back to this country, I could not believe I'd grown up in the Middle East, and I didn't realize that there was a more of an emphasis in enclaves in Great Britain on Sharia being practiced as an alternative to UK law. When we have one of the best, we did have one of the best judiciaries in the world, was respected the world over, and yet there's people live their entire lives under a archaic, law, choosing to get divorced and married and have, experience bigamy and things like that are happening in this country, which are illegal, child marriage, all sorts of things, FGM, under the guise of a Sharia council. You just have to open Google Maps and see how many dots are around. If you Google your local Sharia council, where I come from in London, there's plenty. They're marked very well. You know exactly where you want to go to if you don't want to have any run-in with British law. If I want to live my life as a Muslim, I know exactly which sheikh to approach, which mosque to approach, and I can happily do that and exist in a parallel world.
You're very, very brave for speaking out, because I know it's not easy. And I know that, many former Muslims or even Muslims I know that speak out, that it comes at a cost. And you are able to tell people what is going on. You are giving them the story that the mainstream media won't. And like you say, it's almost like an invisible world that people don't know exists. If it weren't for people like you, and if it weren't for people like Dan Wootton and Outspoken, they would not have, a clue what was going on. What kind of problem do you think Islam is for us?
I think it's a big problem. I was just thinking, actually, when you said about how Islam is kind of,
Sorry, time to butt in. That's the whole point of having your own live stream, so you can butt in whenever you want. So I just wanted to give you a bit of an idea of the timeline. So Keir Starmer gets the thumping of his life. The next day, he turns up and he plays this video. Oh, I was actually supposed to get that. That's what I was getting. And then I got distracted. He thinks that, maybe let me just go out there and score some free brownie points. In his mind, this is how disconnected and deluded he is. So I think I said, where's that video? Oh, yeah, there it is. Thank God. Found it at the right time. Imagine that. Imagine running BBC and doing your own things and your own visuals. Well, they have a whole team. Okay, let's play this video. There. Listen to this clown. What a clueless twat. Let me go. Honey, it's going to be okay. I'm going to go and win over some cheap brownie points. People hate Tommy Robinson. Yeah, the far right card still works. So let me go and try that. I'll do some damage control. And he came up with this.
Now, other parties will draw different lessons. In fact, they already are. We're pointing at Britain's problems, looking not for solutions, but for someone to blame. Now, that's fine if it's me, if it's politicians, that's the job. But increasingly, it's not. It's other people in this country. And I don't think that's British. That is not the decency and respect that we are known for. But it's here. That politics is with us now.
Oh my God, I had
And
muted
you'll
myself.
see it again on Saturday at a march designed to confront and intimidate this diversity and this diverse country.
Shit. Sorry. Yeah, anyway, I think I destroyed that flow. I dropped some really good gems there, but anyway, I can't be bothered saying that again.
Now, other parties will draw different lessons. In fact, they already are, more pointing at Britain's problems, looking not for solutions, but for someone to blame. Now, that's fine if it's me, if it's politicians, that's the job. But increasingly, it's not. It's other people in this country.
Oh.
And I don't think that's British.
Oh.
That is not the decency and respect that we are known for. But it's here. That politics is with us now. And you'll see it again on Saturday at a march designed to confront and intimidate this diversity and this diverse country. That is why this Labour government will block far-right agitators from travelling to Britain for that event. Because we will not allow people to come to the UK, to threaten our communities and spread hate on our streets. Now,
this is the gem he came up with after getting the thrashing of a lifetime. He thought, let me go and get some cheap... Oh, no, not on mute this time, thank goodness. Yeah, it's a different screen, you know. You got to flip between different screens. And yeah, you need a team for that. Yeah, so he did this. Thought, okay, honey, I'll just go out there and I'll get some... just score some cheap brownie points. Everything's going to be okay. He comes out, drops this, can't read the mood of the British public, can't see that the public is getting seriously angry, and we're about to see that. We're about to see the numbers. And then he says this the day before.
tomorrow's march in London is a reminder of what we're up against in the battle of our values. The organisers, including convicted thugs and racists, are peddling hatred and division. Plain and simple.
This robot believes in what he's saying. I don't know. I don't know if I said this when I was on mute or I'm doubling myself up. I don't know. But look at him. Look, this guy's a robot. He's got no emotional intelligence at all. He can't read the room. He can't work it out. Bro, these racist far-right, you're about to see how many millions of people are going to come out. And he's trying to guilt trip the public by saying, "Oh, it's this rally is against British values." Really? And this is why the credit goes to Tommy Robinson. You know, it could have been hooligans, it could have been disorderly, abusive, drunkenly, but no. All we see are families, flags, happy faces, smiling faces. And then on the other hand, the people he's defending, what do we see? This is what we see, guys. Oh, I've been collecting these videos for so long. Now's the day to play them. Look at this. Defending these people is a British value, according to this clown of a PM. Look at this. Look at these. I've got literally hundreds of these videos. And here we are. He's saying, "Oh, you know what? Okay. All right, 2-tier Kia." Well, he's not even going to be here next week. I mean, he's just, and this is what is coming up. He's doubling down. My point is, like, he could have ignored it. Okay. He could have just stayed quiet. Maybe told Shabana Mahmood to, you know, would have pushed them. He's being the center stage because in his mind, he genuinely believes that he can win over the British public by going after Tommy Robinson. He's such a dinosaur. He's living in the 2000s.
Goal is to convince people that Britain's problems are caused by those living alongside them. But that is not the Britain that I know. This is a country built on decency, fairness and respect. A country that is at its best when people from different backgrounds come together in common purpose. This is our country, with a majority who share those values, a majority who may not always be as loud, but must always define who we are. So my government will not stand in the way of peaceful protest, but we will act decisively against hatred. We will use the full force of the law when that hatred manifests as violence. And we will ban those coming into the UK who seek to stir it up, as we have done already. Because this country belongs to all of us. And I will not tolerate anyone who seeks to stand in the way of that.
Full force of the law. Yeah, full force of the law. We've seen, well, British justice system used to be well respected. You know, I heard that in Pakistan, you know, like Pakistani politicians used to sell the British justice system as a standard, the standard to go for. And I'm like, when I look at it now, I'm like, huh? A rapist got away with 30 hours of community service, and a white rapist should go to jail for a long time. The one who who raped a Sikh woman thinking she was Muslim, went away for, I don't know, 30 years or something. Or maybe, no, I think 30 to life or something. I was like, okay. The other ones are just, and it's not just across Britain. I wanted to talk about this. Look at this, guys. Actually, hang on. So before I go into that, yeah. Look at this. He's talking about violence and criminal activity, disorderly. Look at this. Notting Hill Carnival, 423 arrests. Palestine Action Protest, 890 arrests. And last year, September's Unite the Kingdom rally, only 25 arrests. And I think half of them were counter-protesters anyway. I remember making that point a while ago. And he is threatening the full force of the law against these people. Facial recognition. Yeah. And Prime Minister, oh yeah, well, hang on a second. Look at this. Another propaganda video he released. So this is why, like, I can't understand how stupid he is. He could have, like, not paid any attention. Yeah, use it politically however you can, but don't keep releasing videos after videos. Look at this. His fresh video. He's watching. He's watching over a plan on how to keep an eye on these protesters, these patriots. Well, he doesn't see them as patriots. He sees them as far-right hooligans. Look at this. What a clueless bastard.
Back the map the coalition will take, so that bottom map there. The blue route to the other side is the route that Unite the Kingdom will be following, and we'll be using public order conditions to keep them to that route and their form-up locations. And then NAPRA intend to rally at Waterloo Place, and Unite the Kingdom will intend to rally at Parliament Square. So we're going to have a fairly sizable sterile area between.
Sterile area. Look at this. He's personally taking interest in the security arrangement of Unite the Kingdom rally. He's never done that with any of these pro-Pally mobsters. He's never said anything, never done anything. And what was it recently? Was it last week? I think another mosque. They found weapons cache in another mosque. I think in Leeds. I think it was. Anyway, so wow. So all of that is happening, and this idiot thinks that, oh, it's business as usual. We're just going to keep peddling the same narrative and everything's going to be fine. I think he is in for a rude awakening. Actually, no, he might not. He might still not wake up. He's going to, whatever, he's retard. Okay, look at this. I think they were...
Naria, the mainstream media are weaponized, aren't they, against us all the time. And think of all the coverage that's run regarding Tommy Robinson, smearing, distorting, lying. This is now against us. I take this as you come for Tommy Robinson, you come against me now. How do you feel that Tommy Robinson's been treated for simply being a better journalist than anyone in the mainstream media and safeguarding children?
Yeah, so for me, that was a very crucial issue because I had been out of
Christian mum. I mean, I've probably get.
I think we had heard that before.
Education, my spelling's not great, but what I mean is, we are all very different from that stereotype. But I'm sure we've all you know, paid the price in some way for supporting Tommy, which is crazy. What kind of risk has it been for you to support Tommy? What's the backlash been for you?
Oh, it's interesting because leaving Islam didn't come with as much backlash as sitting down with Tommy Robinson.
Really? I bet you wish you left Islam earlier then.
I know, I really do, exactly. But deciding to sit down with Tommy Robinson was also like, I had to think about it a lot, you know, because I mean, I also was a bit apprehensive that is this, yes, he's, you know, he's shown the world what happened with the grooming gangs and things like that. But, you know, is he really a man that I should sit down and talk with? What does that mean for the rest of my life? And lo and behold, that's when, you know, my entire family and community cut off from me. They were like, this is a step too far. Maybe the Islam stuff wasn't, we could coexist, but sitting down with a thug, a right-wing racist like Tommy Robinson, that's it. Like, you're not one of us anymore. We draw the line here. So
yeah,
that actually was a very big turning.
Sorry to disturb you guys. Just want to share some visuals with you. I have a feeling because he's really trying to find some political benefit out of this pathetic prime minister. I think they're going to, last year as well, we were a lot of us were actually a little bit worried. And that's why Tommy kept saying, please don't drink, be at your absolute best behavior, because they're just looking for it. Look at the video that I showed you before, how they were beating up those patriots. At that time, it was a different world back then. That was 3 years ago or 2 years ago. That was the first time when the public saw these two standards of policing. And hence, that's when he became known as two-tier Keir. So they were testing the waters then, and that received a backlash. They didn't like it. But I think, so they gave us a little bit of rope to maneuver. So they didn't do anything in the last Unite the Kingdom rally, which I showed you the numbers. There were only 25 arrests. But this time, I'm again a little bit skeptical. I think they're looking for something. So have a look at this clip that's just come out. Now, again, I hope it's only one of a dozen, maybe 10. If we end up with 20, 30 arrests, that's okay. But we don't know. I'm sorry. I don't trust these people.
Well, raising colours, get nicked. Here we go. What are you doing? Ryan! Ryan! Why are you fucking nicking him? Why are you nicking him? Why are you nicking him? Hey! Why the fuck are you nicking him? What has he done? What has he fucking done? What has he fucking done? Why are you nicking him? Why are you nicking him? Why? Why are you nicking him? Why are you nicking him? Hey, fucking pig cunt! Fucking try.
So sorry about the language, but I think, yeah, look, somebody just said that he's a known streamer. Doesn't look drunken or disorderly. I don't know. Look, I'm not gonna jump the gun yet, but pardon me, you know, if I am a little bit skeptical, because last time, I don't know if it's the same. Oh yeah, Ryan from Raise the Colors. Okay, so he's a known streamer. So yeah, let's hope there's nothing to it. Let's hope there's no overreach by the Met Police, as we have seen previously. Okay, so let's watch the rest of this.
Turning point in my life where, you know, I had to really take a stand and be like, I'm not going to apologize for sitting with the man. In fact, I apologized to him in that conversation for all the media, the way they vilified him. And genuinely, it was a cathartic moment for me, because everything that he ever said about Islam, when I compare it to what I know about Islam, I was like, Tommy, there's not a single thing that you say that I could disagree with. Your knowledge is next to none. And the funny thing is, Lauren, he actually, even in the conversation I had with him, within his activism, he actually stands up consciously for Muslim women as well who are
Yeah.
victims of Islam. So,
Absolutely.
I mean, how are you going to call him a racist? You're going to call me a white supremacist and you're going to call him a racist when he's defending Muslim women who have been abused at the hands of Islam as well. He doesn't have selective care in this country for the women or girls he stands up for.
I love that point on, you know, selective care. And if you are joining us right now, welcome. You are going to get the best coverage for Unite the Kingdom.
That's why we're watching you.
2026 here on Outspoken. Hit that subscribe button. We are on our way to 700,000 subscribers. I am joined by an incredible panel. My co-host Leo Curse is on the floor, on the ground at Unite the Kingdom, and we are breaking it all down. You are watching now Parliament Square, where there are thousands and thousands of people. Keir Starmer wants you to think that these flags are a sign of hate, but I'm afraid, Keir Starmer, that gaslighting no longer works. What we are looking at is flags of unity. We are looking at 4 nations, 1 kingdom, and we are looking at a movement that cannot be stopped. They've tried to smear us. They've tried to gaslight us. They've tried to bully us. But we come together. Unite the Kingdom was one of the best days of my life last year, and it only took place in May. It only took place in September. We're now in May. It's not even been a full year, and this is how much it's needed. Lee Harris, what does Unite the Kingdom mean for you today?
I'm absolutely buzzing. Last year was fantastic. What it means for me today is exactly why Keir Starmer hates it. Right? Keir Starmer hates today because we are uniting. Right? We are coming together as a country. It doesn't matter, you know where you're from, what part of the country you're from. Today is the day where we come down, we celebrate being British, and we push back against this horrific, authoritarian, nightmarish government. But it reminds, for me, what it does is it's really important because it reminds us that we're not alone. Sometimes when you can sit in front of your keyboard or whatever, and you can have conversations with, some of the normies who aren't necessarily into politics, you sometimes feel like it's a bit of a lost cause. Sometimes you kind of think,
But days like today, it cannot be denied.
Absolutely. You just see thousands. I mean, there was hundreds of thousands of people there last year. I was absolutely buzzing. I had a permanent smile on my face. It's going to be exactly the same today. And just seeing all these smiles, families, young, old, everyone coming together. We are not alone. We are the majority people.
Yeah.
We are the ones who are going to bring forward, hopefully, a whole new set of a whole new government, hopefully, at some point, and we're going to make a change. And if you don't see days like today, I think days like today motivate the cause. And that's why I think this is so important. I really do.
Absolutely. And we're going to take some feeds now and look at what is going on.
I just wanted to bring in Australia into this because a lot of Aussies are watching this, and I have been that was one of my motivations of doing what I was doing, because I was looking at what was happening in the UK. And I was like, it's going to happen in Australia. I saw a very different Australia, and I am seeing Australia going down the same disastrous path the UK did. The only difference is the UK sleepwalked into it because there was no precedent. Enoch Powell had tried to warn them, but again, when you predict the future and the further away it is, the harder it is to rationalize it or fully believe it. You could go, well, maybe Enoch is wrong, and maybe it's not going to happen. Maybe these people are going to integrate, blah, blah, blah. It didn't happen. So the signs became very clear at the turn of the century. I think from 2000, even people from 2005 or 6 in England, they said, oh, this London is very different from even what it was back. No, I wasn't there. I never went there. Like, I didn't go to England until 2017. But again, like, we had a stereotypical view of England. How would it be through cricket or through movies and whatnot? But then when I went to London, I was like, oh my God. Because even in Australia, people used to say, oh, Australia's a proud multicultural country. And, like, most of the people you look around are Anglo-Australians. I think it used to be 90%. I don't know how much it is now. But that's why I say it should never fall below 90%. The home culture should never get diluted below 90%. Whatever that is. And I'll say the same thing about about the Japanese, about every other society. I say the same thing. But it looks like now, have a look at this. They're turning up the heat in Australia because our Keir Starmer, Anthony Albanese, two peas in a pod, this is the exact cheaper teaming version of Keir Starmer. He is saying the same things. Have a look at this. Is it a coincidence that they're doubling down on their multiculturalism while the mainstream society is waking up and they're saying, no, 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 enough is enough? We have seen so much crap. Look at this. Aussies are watching this. This is not England. Fine, they could argue that, hey, it's our culture. There's nothing wrong with this. What's wrong with you? Why are you being racist towards our culture? Fine. You know, nothing wrong with it. You know, like, no, apart from the fact that there's not a single woman in sight, but sure, go do that in Pakistan. I think Britain or British society has a right to say, we want to shape our society in our own image. And I think that's where they're doubling down and they're saying, no. You have to accept that we are a new Britain. We are a new Australia. Listen to this. Listen to our Prime Minister. Tony Albanese. Is that a coincidence that we've had the worst of the worst at the worst possible time? Look at this. He said this a couple of days ago.
The distinction between Australians and migrants is, because I've never seen that used before in a country like ours. There's
no difference. You know, you bring in Abdul from Syria, or worse, Hikmat Yard from Afghanistan, who's never seen a woman. He's only seen women in burqas or bin bags, and he believes, and this is the reason why we've had this explosion of sexual violence against Western women in Europe, and they're gonna do that here in Australia. And I look at Australian women, I'm like, oh, you have no idea what's coming your way. You have no freaking idea. Because I used to think maybe these things are happening organically because of falling birth rates, and now I'm thinking there's a union of people. He's speaking exactly Keir Starmer's language. However, he's a little bit more careful in calling One Nation far-right racist thugs outright. He's not saying that. He's used far-right once or twice. He hasn't mentioned Islam or Islamism once, even after the Bondi Beach terrorist attack. And look at this. They're doubling down on the multiculturalism. It's exactly when the masses are saying, no, we don't want any more of that.
I wonder what the distinction between Australians and migrants is, because I've never seen that used before in a country like ours. In a country like ours. You know, we have people who are in senior positions in our government, in business, you know, some of the giants of business in this country came here as refugees and as migrants. Are they separate from Australians?
Separate from Australians. So, you know, like you bring in Abdul or whatever from Afghanistan, and he's, as soon as he lands here, he's Steve Irwin. Everything's fine. He's your next boy from Oz. How can anyone be that stupid? Mazi Maz, do you see me? I see you now, brother. Any chance for a shout out to your fellow Aussie? G'day, mate. How's he going? No, but as if that wasn't bad enough, there is another video that just came out. I don't know. I think it's from the same day. I don't know.
Be vigilant. There are some, including some in political life, want to turn back the clock.
Yeah, Pauline Hanson's trying to turn back the clock on migration. She wants to see white-only Australia. That's what he's alluding to, when she has clearly said no. And again, it's not a buzzword. So our ethno-ness, please try to understand this as well. When we say that, oh, we don't want it just white Australia, we are mostly speaking for the majority of Australia. For example, I said Australia should be 90-95% Australian, like it should be. Indigenous, well, I don't know, I think somebody made a Avi Yemeni didn't like that argument. There's a podcaster, there's an Aussie podcaster, I think he said Australian for ethnic Anglo-Australians with Celtic backgrounds, and and with an indigenous flavor or something like that. So he acknowledged the indigenous population of Australia, which is a good thing, and it's good for white Australia, because by white Australia I mean people with that cultural, yet they happen to be white. What do you want me to do? So I want to preserve that culture, that society that landed in Sydney in 1778 and built a country from there. We diverged from British culture, we diverged from British society. Now we had our indigenous population of Australia, and indigenous and Australian, sometimes it was a bit rough, but we found a way to coexist and create a modern, liberal, amazing democracy. I mean, Australian experiment is not praised enough, because obviously the American experiment is so successful and powerful. But Australia is another amazing country. It had its beginnings, it had its reasons, it ended up where it is. But now suddenly we have these people are telling us, oh, everyone's an immigrant. No, those immigrants were coming in from Western society. Mostly they were British. And then even if you had some other, for example, Greeks and Italians came, who were not part of the same empire. Before that, mostly migration was happening from Canada and Americans and mostly Brits. Throughout Australia's history, Brits kept coming into Australia. So until 1960s or 70s, it was a white Australia policy. So that kept that social cohesion. Okay, Australia was opening up. So after World War II, Greeks and Italians came into it. They were European. They were not part of the empire, but they were still part of Western society, civilization. They had some differences, and that's why Greeks and Italians in Australia will tell you about how they were mistreated in the 70s. But again, you run into some finest Australians, the Greeks and Italians. And now check out his sleeve. And then the Vietnamese people came. So that is, when it comes to multiculturalism, that is such a big aspect. And look at this. When they try to defend multiculturalism, they show you the Vietnamese community. They say, hey, look how, and they turn out perfectly well. And then they try to sweep people like Naveed Akram under the carpet. Like, oh, no, people are not. Australians are not suddenly out on in the streets or complaining about mass migration, not because of the Vietnamese community, because, yeah, they integrated and they assimilated fairly well. They're talking about, and again, it didn't dilute Australian culture. It didn't try to overtake Australian society. Australia wasn't flooded. So if there was a mass migration from the Vietnamese people, suddenly we had a demography collapse, like 30% of the Vietnam is now in Australia. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I think it would have been okay to campaign against that too, despite the fact that so many Vietnamese people turned out to be great. I mean, as a society, not people, as a society, as a community, they turn out to be a great asset for Australia. Now, the same can't be said about these people who say this. Look at this. They say this everywhere, and it's not just in Australia. It's everywhere.
That there is a Sharia of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala waiting to be established. We forget that every single day that we live without the Sharia of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, we are being dishonored. We are being belittled. The blood of the Muslims have become...
Yeah, all right, you got him. So yeah, so he goes from that to this.
That is no longer who we are. We need to be vigilant. There are some, including some in political life, want to turn back the clock to an Australia that is no longer who we are. And we need to call out those people, and we need to continue to cherish our diversity as a strength for our nation, which it is. The fact that people have come from all over the world, and there is no better example than the Vietnamese community.
Yeah, how he hid behind the Vietnamese community. But we're complaining about, what about these beardos threatening to overtake, threatening to destroy our society and take over, and Islam will enter every house. We're worried about these people, and you're talking about our Vietnamese. No one is saying anything to the Vietnamese community. But if you keep antagonizing the Australian public the way Keir Starmer did with his patriots, then yeah, you're going to push people to the extreme, and the Overton window will always shift. Look at this. Sorry, look at it. It's like they live in an alternate reality. Look at this fool. I actually, this guy that I'm about to play to you, I hate him more than Anthony Albanese, and that's saying something. Look at this. Look at this smug Home Affairs Minister, Tony Burke. Look what he's saying.
In my electorate, the streets come alive, particularly in Lakemba after dusk, when these evening prayers are completed. Families and communities gather in Howden Street, Lakemba, and people come from all around Sydney, late at night and at any time of night to see. In my electorate, the streets come alive, particularly in Lakemba after dusk.
Yeah, so this is bragging about Lakemba, yeah? Look what is taught in our mosques that are in our cities, and we let them say this. Let me read it to you. Some people might be listening. There's no solution other than jihad for the sake of Allah. This is Lakemba Mosque, yeah? Jihad continues until Judgment Day. The Prophet Muhammad, the righteous caliphs, none of them conquered the world, but peaceful means. But Keir Starmer wants to tell us, oh, they're peaceful communities. These far-right hooligans are antagonizing them and sowing the seeds of division. Update your vocabulary at least. It's so stupid. It's the exact opposite. So yeah, so they tell you every day and night, they remind you, it ain't gonna be peaceful. Imagine these idiots, like when something really does happen and there's civil war or something, and their leader would be like, we told you, bro, like you can what? We're not being deceptive. We told you, we've been telling you what we're gonna do to you. But you didn't pay any attention? What? Look at this. By peaceful means, negotiations, concessions, or understanding. Oh, I didn't even read the best part. So nothing. No peaceful. No negotiations. No concessions. No understandings. F off. Shove your understandings up your backside. That's what they're saying. Nothing. Look, it's done. We've got you. They conquered it through jihad for the sake of Allah. Rather, the goal of the jihad is to remove obstacles, like Tommy Robinson, before the spreading and rule of Islam. And that's what they're doing. That's what Muslims are doing. Jihad for the sake of Allah is the only way. That's what they're doing. They're telling you, I've got literally hundreds of videos. Like, where do I play? So anyway, so the reason why I played is that our Home Affairs Minister is saying, oh, streets. You know, there's like this new life in the streets, thanks to these vibrant communities. Keir Starmer, Piers Morgan, oh, what a disgrace he's been. He says this is vibrant. It's very vibrant. Look at the vibrancy that we're so lucky to see across the UK. Look at this.
Ethiopia.
Where are the British people? Not a single British person in sight. Not a single British person in sight. Okay, nothing against these people. They're looking out for themselves, as you would do that. We would do that. Everyone would do that. But where is the government? Where's the establishment? That's what he's saying. That that's not who we are anymore. That's what Anthony Albanese is saying. This is who we are supposed to be according to them. Where is it going to end? Towns after towns. Where's it going to end? Because there's like what? A billion Africans? They're going to be a billion Africans by the end of the century. There are a billion Indians. I was watching a video from Romania. Again, like, look at me, I'm brown. But I gave this example before. Immigration for any country. Just because I'm an immigrant doesn't mean that I have to be loyal to the idea of immigration. Immigration is like a tap. You only open it when you need some water. And when you've had the desired amount of water, you turn the tap off. The purpose of immigration is to to improve your society. If there's a skill shortage, that's it. Nobody owes anything. But these Fabians, these globalists, I think they're planning to redistribute the population. I used to think it's a conspiracy theory. Well, people use it. What was this? What was the Great Replacement theory? Yeah, I said, okay, maybe it's a conspiracy theory. Maybe it's happening organically. But look at this. This was in the UN's manifesto. Trump posted it, or Marco Rubio posted it. Oh, do I have it? Oh my God, where is it? I think it's there somewhere. The United Nations. Anyway, I can't find it. Jeez. Yeah, well. So it's actually in the UN's manifesto. And that's why you have these lefty politicians, Anthony Albanese, and they're doubling down. They promised, Anthony Albanese said, no, we're going to cut down on immigration. There was a new report today, 915,000 people have entered Australia in the last 12 months. This is a lot. These numbers are bigger than the UK's numbers, guys. Yeah, absolutely pathetic. Let's just see what else is being said. Let me play this.
Going to call all of us far right. I'm going to, and I thought fair play to you. So hopefully we're going to get even more numbers this year, thanks to Keir Starmer's paranoia. We have the most paranoid, authoritarian prime minister this country has ever seen. If you say something you don't like, he's going to put you in prison. We've seen that happen. You know, God rest his soul, Peter Lynch would still be with us today. He would still be with us today if Keir Starmer hadn't have lent on the legal system to basically fast track anyone who said anything bad about send them to prison. I think Lucy Connolly is another one. I was
just going to say that about Lucy Connolly. You know, we're boats of migrants, unvetted men of fighting age. And then Lucy Connolly is in jail. And, you know, every night I put my kids to bed, I think of what Lucy Connolly went through, because for that to happen in our lifetime, is unbelievable. But Keir Starmer and this kind of authoritarian dictatorship, it just can't continue. What would you tell him about Islam that you think, Nuria, that you think he doesn't know? Because he seems to think diversity is our strength. He seems to think we're the problem, you know, the mums and the grandmas and the women with our flags. We're really the agitators. But what will Islam do to this country?
He is sleepwalking into the demise of this country. That the entities that he is pandering to, with this obsession of this Muslim vote bloc, which, by the way, aren't even that loyal to him, because as soon as he gets a bit too soft or not as harsh as they want the approach to be on, let's say, Gaza, they move over and they've all kind of gone sectarian on him and, you know, turned towards independence and Greens. But he is, I don't know if he's stupid or he's willfully ignorant. He is courting some very, very disturbing ideas that this is an ideology that wants to not coexist with you at any level. This is an ideology that wants to take over this country bit by bit in very nefarious ways, through entryism, through exactly what he's allowing to happen, through normalizing hate marches, through normalizing anti-Semitism, to the point where we're discussing things like Islamophobia bills and what you can't say. They issued new legal guidance for the marches for today. Where was this before? Because I'm so concerned that if you're holding a flag today which says something like a placard saying, something like, you know, no Islam in Britain, is that going to offend the institution of Islam, which we've heard some courts and judges say is a thing? In 2026 Britain, you can offend an institution of Islam, which is non-existent. But I mean, you look at any country in the world where Islam thrives or theocracy is at play, it is a barbaric ideology that suppresses women, sorry to say, hates British people, hates the British way of life, cannot tolerate free speech. They will use your free speech against you. And he's allowing that to fester.
I mean, what you've just said as well, I really, really support and respect you for that, because it isn't easy to say those things. You've left the faith. And
our union flag, Jack.
You got
But there are 4,000 police officers that are
and
able
armored
to
vehicles.
and armored vehicles and riot police that are there to micromanage optics for Unite
100%.
the Kingdom. And it will be kicking off in a matter of 1 to 2 hours. And they've done everything to try and stop this. We have seen patriots blocked from entering the country all the while.
David Lammy should be called out for lying in a public office situation, as with Starmer. In that tweet, he's done two things that lies. One, accusing us of being racist, all those sorts of things, and then saying he believes in rallies, peaceful protests. I mean,
well, which one is it?
Exactly,
Yeah.
and that's the point. And he should be held to account. And the word treason is moving up my vocabulary at the moment every time they speak.
And can I just say very quickly on all this, isn't it just an interesting contrast that we've had hate marches in London every single weekend? Where were the tweets like this when that was going on? When we were seeing people carrying Nazi symbols?
Where was the meeting with the Met Police Commissioner? They had yesterday.
Where were the shots of Keir Starmer? Sitting there with the Met. It couldn't be more obvious.
It's really bullshit establishment plots, isn't it? We see Starmer come out and say, I'll give more money to the Jewish community. Yeah. Well, you are importing anti-Semites.
Yeah.
There's no amount of money that is going to help our friends and family in the Jewish community when this is what is happening. Do you think we will look at planted agitators today? Do you think we're going to see some people that are planted by the deep state to get more optics that serve the mainstream media?
I think that's a real concern, yes. And I'm really grateful that everybody who's been commentating in the lead up to this rally has been mindful and told everybody, just be careful. That's why no face masks, be on your best behavior. Even arrests like we've just seen of Ryan's is possibly just to agitate so that they can get those clips. So it is more necessary than ever now to, even Tommy said it perfectly, I think in his final video yesterday before, is to stay calm, have that moment in between your confrontation with whatever police officer it is. They've got their own security as well as a breach between having to interact with police first, but have that moment of calm before you do react, And the Patriots have got everything going for them, and that they've been instructed in the best possible way, yet they are going to find one thing like this and it's going to be played ad nauseum on Sky News. I bet you now if we switch over, there will be clips of that going on and underneath saying there's already been arrests and the march hasn't even started yet.
Yeah, I mean, the mainstream media, they just churn it all out, don't they? And this is why you are getting unfiltered coverage here. Hit that subscribe button, Patriots. And if you are just joining, we are seeing two-tier policing at play already because Ryan from Raise the Colours has been arrested. And these optics will serve the mainstream media exactly what they wanted because we know it's propaganda. And so we have patriots being bullied and gaslit by slippery Starmer. He has desperately tried to stop the Unite the Kingdom rally. We have seen Tommy Robinson targeted by the establishment for decades. But they can't just go for the lad from Luton now. They come for all of us. And we, the people, say no. So wherever you are joining us from around the world, welcome. And you are going to see the speakers. You are going to see my co-host, Leo Kirst, backstage. We have Liam Tufts on stage. We've got Tommy Robinson. Starmer tried to block patriots coming into the country, but there are a few more surprises up our sleeve for you. And we are seeing thousands and thousands of people. You can see the footage on the screen. And it's extraordinary, isn't it? These very pictures are what the establishment want you to think is aggressive and is divisive. There is nothing divisive about coming together. You are not racist for loving the United Kingdom, and you are not racist for wanting to protect our Christian values. Wow, look at these scenes. They're unbelievable, aren't they?
Busy now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Beautiful.
And they've had to really expand on how big it is because they underestimated, didn't they, the size of it last year. Lee, what was it like last year? How could you kind of bottle up that energy and explain it to people that haven't been?
God, I remember I was interviewing Carl Benjamin backstage, and that was the moment, I think, because we were in a position where we could see.
I just want to say that she said our Christian values, and I would say even Western secular values. Now, I know a lot of Christians would say that, oh, it's the secularism or it's the liberalism that got us here. No, the idea of secular liberal democracy is not, it didn't show up last decade or so. You know, like, it's been going on, especially in America, for nearly 250 years. It's been going on in Western Europe over 100 years, or nearly 200 years in France, even much longer in the UK. And in Australia. But the purpose of secular liberal democracy was never to start hating yourself. It was those values are foundational values. I was watching a documentary yesterday on on a very interesting history of Switzerland and how Switzerland, this culture of those clans, and it was never a unified country, but it was still a very feared. They had a very feared infantry division that France didn't want to touch them. The Holy Roman Empire didn't want to touch them at one point. And when they did, they paid a price. But there was no king. There was no one. But they had this understanding that we're gonna protect our way of life. And then later on, Christianity, when came in, that they had a brutal battle. Two Christian factions going after each other, and then they said, never again, it's never going to happen. So they learned the art of, okay, we're going to maintain our way of life, but we're going to have a certain level of tolerance. In that case, the two Christian sects were not going to, overthrow each other's way of life. But now, this is not the case here. The West is now openly being challenged. First, it's been infiltrated by a foreign ideology, which is hostile to it. And it's not a conspiracy theory. It's not something secret. They say it themselves. They're saying it themselves. So secular liberal democracy, those principles worked up until very recently because, free speech is good. I can criticize my Republican president. I can criticize my Democrat president. And look, we call Keir so many names because it still is a liberal democracy. Although he's trying his very best to destroy it, but still we can criticize him. You can't do that to North Korea, to Kim Jong-un or Putin or Xi Jinping. So these are core Western secular liberal values. It's the wokeism. It's just one extreme. Just ended up that way. That hates itself so much. Did you hear about this case in Australia? And look at even the case is like giggle versus tickle. Giggle versus tickle. Look at this. This video of this trans woman she was accompanied by all these women who were fighting for to erode away, to help erode their own rights as women. This is what Garsad tried to rationalize. He said this is suicidal empathy. It's happening on so many different scales. There's so many moving parts. Like they're bleeding heart women who want to destroy their own rights by letting trans women come into their rooms or their prisons and consequently expose themselves to direct harm. Some of the rights women fought really hard within this system for so long to win over, and now they say, okay, if a trans activist does it, it makes sense, but there are some women who are doing it. That's what suicidal empathy is. The guys are trying to rationalize. But again, there's suicide empathy, and then there are some corrupt people as well. I don't just buy that this is all out of suicidal empathy, that Keir Starmer is like somehow he has so much empathy in the world that he just sees that, oh, those poor Muslims, let them have their weapons in their mosques. Let them come out and demand Sharia and I'm going to stone you to death or I'm going to throw homicide. Let them do it. But these people I'm going to go after. It's not just suicidal empathy. It's not just empathy. There's more to it. There might be. We'll find out later on when history is written about this period? We'll find out.
All the way down the
I'm just sorry, I'm just going to cut you off now with some breaking news. Apologies for that. We have a statement from the Metropolitan Police who say officers have made 2 arrests in the vicinity of Euston Station. 2 men wanted on suspicion of GBH following an incident in Birmingham, where a man was run over, were spotted arriving into London to attend the UTK protest. Well, it's extraordinary again, isn't it? The police seem to be very quick to update on that, whereas ordinarily when we're looking at arrests, there seems to be quite a delay on getting this information. So we don't know whether this links to Ryan from Raise the Colours. I would assume perhaps it does, but we're waiting to hear. And of course, the Metropolitan Police have their replies turned off on their Twitter. So this is the facial recognition coming into action already.
I think we should have a freedom of information request at what happened at that meeting yesterday with Starmer and Khan and the Met Police Commission and say, what did you discuss? I bet you they put down that these are the people that we know are coming to here. Tick the boxes when you fill them up and fill the Black Mariahs up, with the necessary people who are nothing but proud patriots. This is sickening. I'm getting quite emotional here looking at that. It is so wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we've also seen Danny Tomo. I don't know. He's put on X, the boys are en route, unite the kingdom. And it's a picture of the Top Gear guys. I'm not sure if they will be attending. We know that there has been the likes of Sharon Osbourne that has said she will attend. And we've seen John Terry previously come out in support of Rupert Lowe and banning the burqa, but obviously the mainstream media went into meltdown that they actually said what they thought.
But there'll be no Piers Morgan, will there?
Well, there'll be no Piers Morgan. Let's talk about Piers Morgan. So
do we have to?
Yes, we do. Get your sick buckets ready, Howard. But we recently saw Piers Morgan use his show and his platform to create rage bait, clickbait. And what we saw, Lee, what did you think about the way he approached the whole Tommy Robinson? It's just disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a bit of a history, haven't they? Going back to a very early interview between Piers Morgan and Tommy Robinson, where Piers is, I find the guy infuriating. The thing I'll say about Piers Morgan is, I believe that he doesn't really have a view. And if he does have a view, he keeps it to himself. He has whatever view gets clicks. That is what Piers Morgan does. And he chops and changes his position. But I saw the very early interview. I think about it. The thing about Tommy is he knows his stuff, right? Yeah. And Tommy tried to bring it back to a normal conversation. That's what I found so frustrating watching it, because I wanted them to have a clash. I wanted them to talk about what was in the Quran and the bits that Tommy wanted to talk about. But he refused to do it because he wanted to make a rage bait moment, a clickbait moment out of that interview. And he just will not sit down because, do you know what? I think Piers Morgan knows that Tommy would literally destroy him in a proper sit down if they weren't shouting at each other, which I don't believe Tommy would do that anyway. I think Tommy would want to have a proper debate, and Piers doesn't because he knows he's going to get battered.
But the left can't debate.
They can't.
Yeah,
No.
Yeah, it's so true. You obviously left the faith, and you've said that Tommy Robinson has been spot on about everything that he's said. It's extraordinary that someone like Piers Morgan will use his platform for millions and millions of clicks. And ultimately, when he smears Tommy, he smears millions of patriots. And let's not forget, this is about children that have been failed.
Exactly. And when Tommy is trying to give you an understanding of why that may have happened or the thinking behind it, and Piers is stuck in that, the same mainstream mentality of like convicted thug. He's been, in prison for this. And I'm so glad that Ben Habib actually the other day shut him down and said, that this was a civil dispute. It got completely out of hand and explained to, and again, you can see, as you're saying, Lee, Piers is just kind of a fence sitter. He wants the rage bait. He's just riling people up. Tommy had gone in there with such a genuine concern. Piers should be able to discuss any holy book like that out in the open. But suddenly, when it comes to the Quran, he was just like constantly on the side of pandering to the Muslims without hearing somebody out. And people have honestly said to Piers, get an ex-Muslim on then. Have them validate what Tommy's saying. You can't call them the same things you call Tommy, and you can't smear them the same way, but he never will.
He never do
He
it.
absolutely won't.
And we can see on the screen now, there are thousands of people coming in. I mean, look at those scenes. That is just glorious. And that is what London should look like. We should
100%.
be proud. We should be, you know, encouraged to raise our flag. But this is now a crime. In Oxford, if you put a flag against a lamppost, it is now a crime. Would you believe? Only in the United Kingdom could you.
Well,
So look at this. Why there is this new emergent identity, this Western identity where everyone is just rallying behind Western civilization, Western society. And even this rally, it used to be called Unite the Kingdom. But Tommy's also started saying Unite the West. It's the same problem every Western country is facing. So why is that? It's everywhere you look, it's the usual suspects. Look at this. So there was this landmark case in Australia today where I don't know what kind of court it was. It wasn't the High Court. The highest court in Australia is called the High Court. So it's not the Supreme Court. So I don't know if it was the High Court or it was the Supreme Court. So Jason Giggle versus Tickle. That's the actual case name. Oh yeah, so full federal court. Hang on. After a years-long legal battle, the Federal Court of Australia. Okay, there you go. So the Federal Court of Australia has handed down a judgment in a landmark case about gender discrimination law that this woman is a woman. This trans woman is a woman. Look at this. And this woman is a legitimate woman. She ran this app called Giggle, in which I don't know the details. So actually, they might say that here. The Giggle for Girls versus Tickle has mobilized special interests and lobby groups and garnered intense media attention. Might have something to do with this. Today's unanimous decision by 3 judges, it was unanimous, affirmed the rights of transgender people across, I think I'm reading a woke newsletter. The matter has been long and winding. Actually, anyway, so they said, that's the judgment, that trans women are women. So anyway, so it's been challenged. But look at this, what I was saying. Have a look at this. Look at the women supporting. Look at all these women. They're saying, no, this person is a woman. Nah, sorry. I'm going to add the word trans. It's a trans woman. And that's not a biological woman. Sorry. It just isn't.
The full bench of the federal court finding Ms. Tickle was directly discriminated
All these women.
against when she was kicked off the platform in 2021 after having already
Look at all these women. So these are the things that are happening in the West, which is uniting a lot of people who have different viewpoints, like, for example, I was thinking about this earlier. I was like, yeah, most of these people who are leading the charge or spearheading this movement are Christians. I've seen some Christian footage. And I don't hate Christianity. And again, I have learned something that if you, again, going back to that Swiss story that I was telling you about. So they decided that, no, hang on, as long as we don't harm each other, we're not trying to take over each other's ways of life or destroy them, then it's perfectly fine. And it worked okay for the last 200 years. But dealing with Islam is not the same. It's not the same. It's a foreign culture. And that, I read you that earlier, I played you that video in Lakemba Mosque, where he was saying no understanding, no negotiations, no treaties, no nothing. Just jihad, offensive jihad. And we keep waging the jihad until we have established the law of Allah. They're saying it. Not my words. They're saying, they're literally hundreds of those. So it's not the same. So no, I'm okay with our Christians, because secular liberal democracies and Christianity, the Christian community, they've done really well. In fact, they've complemented each other. Slavery would not have ended if it wasn't for the Quakers. You know, like that's again another revisionist history. We just say, oh, it happened in spite of it. No, Christians played a huge role in ending slavery, even though atheists say, oh no, but Bible, Christianity or the Bible condoned slavery. Be that as it may, but that just shows you about the vibrancy of this civilization, that it can evolve with time, and they have made the world a much better place, which people like me would only appreciate when we see the alternative. We tried wokeism, and wokeism is a consequence of atheism. These people ain't Christians. Where did that go? Where's that thing? Yeah. Look, I'm not Christian either, but this thing ain't Christian, and there's so many of them. This is growing. Whatever this is growing. This is not normal. And now they're encroaching other people's rights. And we're going to just allow that. And no, it was never going to happen. This thing was always going to blow up. And I think it's blowing up now. And unite the kingdom. That's why Tommy's saying, this is it. This is the battleground. The UK is a battleground. It's starting to happen in America. American senators are responding. It's happening in Australia. One Nation has, let me tell you, in the latest poll, One Nation is the most popular party in Australia by a long shot too. Anthony Albanese's Labour Party is at number 2, and I think it's in, actually, let me find that. Yeah, it was a major story yesterday. Where is it? One Nation polls. There, look at this. Look at this. But when we look at a two-party preferred system, then One Nation actually falls down. So Australia has a preferential voting system. The best way to explain is only the top 2 will determine who's got the most number of votes. But this one will tell you that, One Nation will get more votes than anyone else. But that's not how it works. One Nation might get the primaries, but we go 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is how I will vote. I'll go 1, 2, 3, 4. Right? But actually, no, probably not like this, because there will be some other minor parties that I'll vote, which will be much closer to One Nation. But their primaries, they're gonna put One Nation at the very end. Even the Liberals and the Nationals, they're gonna put it right at the end, like 5 or 6 or something. So how it works is like, we're gonna say, okay, you got 32, you got 28% of the votes, 16, 11, blah blah blah. And now we're gonna see, but we got to get to 50. So One Nation is not good enough. So we're gonna take out the bottom 2. We're gonna take them out, and we're gonna look at their next best preference. If that falls in those ones, so they get those votes too, and then through the process of elimination, you just end up with the top. But if One Nation is not getting second preferences from the Liberals, then then it might end up between ALP and the Liberals and the coalition. So yeah, so One Nation needs to extend that lead, but I reckon it's going to happen. I reckon it's going to happen. Okay, let me play this. Oh, what's going on here? Here we go.
We don't back Tommy Robinson a few days before, like GB News and Talk.
Oh.
No, we back Tommy Robinson. Dan Wootton previously went to visit him when he was in solitary confinement in jail. We support free speech. We support patriots. And we are standing up against the Islamic takeover. We're a constitutionally Christian country. And patriots, we stand with you today. So drop your questions into the chat. Let us know, where in the world are you watching from, and what does Unite the Kingdom mean to you? We know that Tommy has put out clear warnings, no masks. So we do believe that there are rumours agitators will be planted. So we'll be keeping a close eye on that. And these scenes already look far bigger than last year. They had to upgrade the location because it was simply too small. Last year, they did not expect anywhere near the amount that were coming. And oh, look at all those far right agitators. Don't they look terrible? Oh, they're very
dodgy,
aggressive.
Very dodgy lot.
So intimidating. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting. I met Muslims last year. I met Sikhs. I met travelers. I met atheists, Christians, Jews. It really does bring people together. How many people from, you know, the Islamic world do you think we'll see there today? Because you've obviously previously left it, haven't you?
This actually shattered. So I actually had the pleasure of talking at not the previous rally, but the one before that. And like I was saying, I just kind of, you know, got on the bandwagon of Tommy Robinson has been vilified. So when I went on stage, I thought, oh my gosh, I know Tommy might not be the boogeyman we're told, but is everybody else out here still, you know, the football far right?
She was very nervous. I remember I was there.
And I addressed the crowd by saying, good afternoon, Trafalgar. And the entire uproar was so
I spoke
warm.
at the same event.
Well,
we did,
yeah, so you... and I
like
could
all
see
far right
faces.
thugs, they were in front of her. This old age pensioner with a Zimmer frame.
Exactly,
you know?
going, woo, yeah, like literally. And then I saw people from the Caribbean. I saw some Muslim women with headscarves on that were genuinely concerned about.
Just breaking now, sorry to interrupt you. Britain is Broken has run on X. I'm hearing multiple reports that real Danny Tomo has been arrested at Unite the Kingdom.
What are they doing?
Okay, so we're waiting to get this news confirmed, but there is a picture building. There are many people that are commenting on X that it almost looks like a targeted approach to try and cherry pick off key people around Tommy Robinson. I was interestingly passed some intelligence to say that last night. So I'll just leave that there. We'll see if that comes to fruition. I hope it doesn't. But we are staying across X and bringing you multiple live feeds. We have my co-host Leo Kearse backstage as well. Let's not forget, Tommy Robinson has a fatwa out on his head as well. So Leo Kearse is backstage. He will be with Tommy as well shortly. Let's go over to my co-host and see what is going on the ground. Look at these scenes.
Hey, I'm back on the ground at Unite the Kingdom, keeping you updated with what's happening. You can hear the band tuning up in the background. There's people milling around down here, and the crowd is really starting to fill up here. We're still a long way from the actual march getting here, but let's talk to some more of the patriots in the crowd. Excuse me. So what's your name?
Hi, I'm Pat from East London.
Pat from East London, and what brings you here today?
Well, it's just a good thing that we're all united. You can see the flags from everywhere. Where the government are saying we're divided.
Yeah.
Wow, he's from East London.
We're fed up with them destroying our country, and we want it back. You've got a geezer running the country who ain't got the brains to stand down. Even his own party are against him, and he won't go. So it's just all corruption, and it's just wrong. We need our country back, and people are here to show that.
Yeah. And what do you make of Starmer banning some of the speakers from this rally from actually entering the country, even when they're journalists, they're legitimate commentators, they're politicians, and they're civilized people who are just going to come and visit and contribute and give some ideas?
Because he knows that the bloke from Poland who stands for his country is excellent, and that's what we want, someone like that. And he don't want him here because he thinks he influences us. It's what we want. We know what we want, and our Prime Minister won't do what we want. He's there for our voice. That's what politicians was for, to support the people. And they're all doing their own little thing and their own back deals. And we want our country back. We want him gone.
And do you feel ignored by the politicians in Parliament over there?
Oh, 100%. They don't listen to the people. Everyone's here for that reason. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to come out on the streets and do this.
Yeah.
They're wanting to divide colours, different cultures, everything. but you can see from everywhere. There's different colours, people from different countries. So it's going on all over Europe.
Yeah.
It's like a game plan to destroy Europe. The boats need to stop. He can't even stop the boats. How easy is it to stop the boats?
Yeah.
And, in the channel?
Man, my granny could do it with a knitting needle. You know what I mean? It doesn't take, you know, we're supposed to have a navy. Like, it's not, like you say, it's not a difficult thing to do. And do you think some of the criticism that's coming from politicians, you know, about the people here, calling people far-right thugs and things like that, is that because the politicians feel threatened by this rally?
Well, I think they are threatened. And that's why they've got the other side out, the ones, the great unwashed and the Blue Air Brigade, protesting up the road to counteract this. I was here last time. The police was pushing people with shields in the back, shoving them, pushing them over, and yet they was fighting up the road at the same time, and the police had no protection on, no helmets, and yet they was just letting them get on with it. But they made us look bad.
Yeah. Well, that's so you saw that last year with your own eyes.
With this same march. I was here last time, but it was that.
Let me show you my timeline, my Twitter timeline. Forget about that one. Look at this. This is a good one. So Sadiq Khan, who's the worst, he's horrible, so bad. He's literally single-handedly, the guy destroyed one of the most iconic Western cities. Actually, probably the most, you could argue. It's the birthplace of all Anglo countries. One city, 9 million people. And the people who created this amazing civilization that includes Australia, New Zealand, Canada, America, those people are gone. They don't make up the majority of London. And what a joke, seriously. And he's the mayor. And even he is, it's not just about looking like it, looking or looks or the race or one's race. It's the most visible phenotype that tells us that why people behave the way they behave, because he belongs to a different culture with its own sets of ideas, values, how society should be run and governed, which is, frankly speaking, not what gave rise to this civilization. It's actually the opposite of it. So what a joke. He's telling you, he's defining who's a Londoner. He's defining London now. And that's why Tommy Robinson says, shut up, you mug. Your hate and division isn't welcome in London. We are uniting the kingdom, and then we're going to unite the West. It's the same. Look, this doesn't work. This is Lawrence Fox. This is based in Bougie. The other people. Just one white person. That actually upsets a lot of ethno-nats. But again, ethno-nats need to pick their battles carefully. These people agree with you. They're already on your side. They want to make sure that your way of life is preserved. So yeah, pick your battles. These people are not. These people are telling you what they want. They hate you.
No integration, no multiculturalism, no diversity, no tolerance. I got my own deen, you got your own deen. You got your democracy, we got our own sharia. You got your own free mixing, we got our own nikah. Own cheating within the marketplace, your own credit crunch.
They hate you, but they shamelessly live here though. That doesn't make any sense. How do they live with themselves? So they come up with counter arguments. They're like, oh, well, you colonized us, therefore we're going to colonize. Well, there's a key difference. You got here. Either you got here or your parents got here. They stood outside the British High Commission or American Embassy or whatever, and you begged. You said, please let me in. Just give me one chance. I'll be really good. You begged. So they let you in. And now you're like, huh? F you all. I'm going to destroy you all. I'm going to write the rules of the game. That is working. Well, they came in by force. you came in through begging, so that's not going to last very long because they're just tolerating you, and there will come a point, there will come an inflection point or a tipping point when people will say, our patience has run out. What you're looking at, guys, that's what you're looking at. It's the evolution of that anger, which is fast approaching a critical point.
With our marches, most people work. Yeah. And they can only do it weekends. Where the others, they don't work. Most of them are on benefits or getting handouts from the government, and they can do it 24/7. And a lot of them are paid for it as well by the government, apparently.
Well, yeah, there, and certainly in America. And when you see the...
Sorry, this is a clip I wanted to play to you. I know how this will be used, and it's a different world we're living in. Where's that? Where did that go? Is it this one? Yeah, this one. They're going to say, oh, look at this radical Christianities, Christians. They're going to try to scare that as well. But again, they're going to have to pick a side. How can you condemn this and then you simp for Islam? I just showed you what they say. So, yeah, if you hold these crosses up, I'm not offended by that. I'm not scared by that. Because I know a lot of liberals, a lot of lefties, a lot of even centric people who are not extreme, people who are not wokes, they might get disturbed by this. But no, you can't say, you can't be worried about that. Because we've seen what happens when this doesn't happen, then someone else comes to fill the void. And I reckon our secularism failed in the last 20 years or so. And it's failing even in America. I've been covering those news stories where but at least they're having these hearings in Congress where they're interviewing they're asking these people. That there was a young kid who gave a testimony, and he said how his school says that, oh, you can't talk about Christianity, but they bend over backwards for Islam. Where are your secular principles now? And we've seen that in governments, across many governments across the West. So yeah, secularism failed, but that doesn't mean that secularism itself is a bad idea. It worked for so long. We just didn't stick to its principles. It has very strict principles. Do not let religion interfere with politics. Kind of like those Swiss. They said, oh, you know what? We fought, but we're never going to fight again. And that's where the Swiss neutrality comes from. You might have heard of this. So there's a cultural reason behind the infamous Swiss neutrality. That's why they didn't join anyone in World War II, because they had learned that certain differences, we need to find to coexist. Islam doesn't do that. We can't apply that here. Both parties have to respect each other's ways of life. They have to not be hostile towards each other. But Islam is not that. So those rules don't apply. That's why we need to rewrite the rules of the game. Free speech. They hide behind free speech, yeah? Free speech was, especially in America, it grew under totally different circumstances. Was it the First Amendment, and then you had religion and press and speech. It was protected, but its real test came when I think it was President John Adams. I think it was President John Adams who had this Aliens and Seditions Act. Yes, the infamous Seditions Act, and he said, which basically said that if you criticize the government, then they made it a crime. So that emphasized the importance of free speech, even though it was already entered in the Bill of Rights, I think, through the First Amendment, because they had learned. Now, hang on, if you have a strong government like the Crown, you just went through this revolution, so why would you give more power to another government? Why would you just replace master? So that was the logic behind it, but it was tested. under the Seditions Act. And that's when, if that hadn't happened, who knows, that free speech Americans might not have felt that strongly about free speech had John Adams not passed that Seditions Act. Because, you know, then it would have just disappeared, or who knows, like we could have had a different, but regardless, free speech was never emerged, or it was never created so you could allow the enemy propaganda. I think Trump said that, okay, and I say that fine, criticize Trump all you want, the way he's conducted the war, but repeating the talking points of the Ayatollahs of Khamenei, of the Islamic regime of the IRGC. Have you forgotten they hang gays from cranes? They are the exact opposite of what you have been throughout your history. So free speech did not emerge so we could let the enemy come in and propagate its viewpoint. So I think they found a loophole, but it worked. Free speech worked when, you know, between the Protestants and the Mormons and the, you know, different various the religious factions in the United States, because they didn't challenge the US Constitution. They were all Americans, even the Europeans who hated each other. They came to America and they assumed this new identity, the American identity. That was the crux. But Muslims are not letting go of their identity. Muslims say we're Muslims first. Their preachers are openly every day reminding you this. So again, it's not the same. So we can't afford them free speech. And again, like, I'm not saying that start arresting them if they're saying anything bad about America. That's not what I'm saying. But they're clearly working towards an agenda whose end goal is to overthrow whichever Western country that is. It's the US Constitution or the Australian Constitution or British society. That's what it is. Where is it? Where's that video? Yasikari. Look at this. And there's so many. He's arguably America's most influential, one of the most influential Muslims.
My ultimate loyalty is not to any nation. It is to the creator of nations. It is to Rabbul Alameen.
There's so many of them. So many of them. So free speech works when you want to criticize your Democratic president, when you want to criticize your Republican president. That's perfectly fine. I don't care. Go for it. I have my favorites, but that's fine. We got to learn to live with that. That these are our foundational values, but that does not mean that you can let the enemy. That's really equal to letting Adolf Hitler and his minions during World War II just spread their talking points. I know there was a couple of radio channels. Even then, what happened then? So the Americans didn't understand the concept of free speech back then? There were a couple of radio hosts, American radio hosts, who were broadcasting Hitler's talking points, his propaganda, or the Reich's propaganda through radio to America. And I think those people were charged with treason later on. Oh yeah, what happened to that Western value? Yeah, you have free speech, but we also have treason. We understand what treason is. What happened to the treason laws? What happened? Why don't we charge people with treason? I reckon while your country is at war, whether you agree with that war or not, in the 21st century, your country is at war with a really bad country. It's not like America's gone to war with England or even Greenland. I think that would be, I still can't believe that it can happen. I think our systems won't allow that. You can't go against your fellow democracy. But it's just Trump being Trump and doing his thing. But going against Iran, the Islamic Republic of Iran, the brutal, barbaric people, this regime, they've killed 50,000 of their own people, whatever, 3,000, 10,000. Stalin said, you know, one death is a tragedy. Numbers, big numbers are just it's just a statistic. That's right. He understood that. Actually, it's sad. It's evil. Sounds evil, but it's true. We don't like. What does it matter? 3,000, 10,000, 20,000. I reckon it matters. Like, look at the scale of how bad it is. But people don't care. This is why I say minimize it. Do even 3,000. Can we imagine killing 3,000 of our own protesters in the UK? Well, there are millions of people are coming here. As despotic as Keir Starmer is, can we imagine any deaths today? Probably no. Obviously not. I can't imagine anything. But that is the kind of country we are at war with. And you have people simping for the IRGC, repeating the talking points. Come on, this ain't free speech. This is propaganda. That's treason. You're at war with a country. That's treason. So why don't we live up to those values? Why don't we bring those values back if you want to hide behind free speech? Because we know they're just using they're using it as a loophole. Okay. I'm just ranting like a ranting lunatic. Let me give someone else a go.
You know, man, this is too much. I've got to come down and report on it. I thought there would be some, not thugs, but, you know, guys drinking, you know, that kind of vibe. And to be honest, I think I'm the drunkest person here.
But this is 2-tier. We are seeing Keir Starmer and Sadiq Khan and David Lammy just keep poking patriots because this doesn't fit the narrative, does it? All of a sudden, there are millions of people who are peacefully protesting, and we are not the far-right agitators that they have made us out to be. So have you had any more information regarding the arrest from Ryan regarding raise the colours? We've seen the footage and the police look to be very heavy-handed. Or, you know, is everything calm where you are?
Everything is calm where I am. You probably know a lot more about that than I do. The police, I mean, there's some police over here just out of my eye line, just giving some people some directions, telling people what's going on, because obviously we're in Parliament Square, so there's a lot of tourists coming down. We've got Westminster Abbey right behind our cameraman there, and, you know, various landmarks, Big Ben. So, you know, tourists are here wondering what's going on, and I think some of them, these people look like they might actually join the march.
Let me read some of my super chats. I'm not ignoring you guys. PD Cool 3421 is saying $5 might get me a pint, but won't get me paid. Rather you have it. Thanks, PD Cool. Summer has gifted 1 membership. I don't know how these things work. Who gets it? Like, gifted to who? Who's gonna get it? Some lucky winner? I better do something for my members and patrons. Baz the Dark Horse is saying, thank you for doing this live. Great coverage of an important day. Thank goodness my daughter went to bed early, and I hope she doesn't wake up. This is usually the time when she goes to bed. I'm Darth Vader, thank you. Much love and support from American Israeli Jew here. Thanks for your support. Marzi Mars lives in Melbourne and lives in Coburg, and I was there yesterday, of all places. Now we had a cricket function there. I didn't win anything. See my trophies there? They're real trophies. Come on, come up, camera over there. Oh, just a little bit up. There. So I just added 1 more. That's it. Anyway. All right, down here. Follow me. So yeah, hit me up for a coffee, beer, and steak. Love your work, your balanced views on Australia and our culture. Welcome, bro. Thank you, Marzi Mars. I'm actually very lazy. I barely go out. I think this is why I need to do something. I need to get out of my routine. I just make videos. I sit here. Now I have a team. They do everything, so I don't do anything. I just record videos and I just download them, edit them, clean them up. I haven't watched any of their editing because I'm just like, whatever. But it has increased the scale of my uploads, which is why the channel is just exploding right now. So I'm like, okay, that's cool. Brad saying Harris will never remove a cross for a mosque. Yeah, you shouldn't. You shouldn't. This is an act of provocation. They boastfully tell you that, hey, we've converted this church into a mosque. I mean, it's not my thing, but I'm like, it angers me because, as I said, I think Christianity is better equipped in dealing with with this threat, because atheists became wokes, and we've seen how that turned out. Lunatics. Harris, thank you. USA is waking up because of me. No, I'm not. I'm not a tiny cog in this machine. But yeah, I've been sounding this alarm for a very long time. This is a very different beast that we're dealing with. Okay, let's listen to Nuria. What does she
Values,
say?
and you've got, you know,
A burqa. I don't want my children growing up thinking that's normalized, putting their safety at risk. Nuria Khan, you previously were a Muslim and you left the faith. What does Unite the Kingdom mean to you?
Oh, everything that leaving something like Islam behind represents, to be honest. The actual act of being, you know, British and being able to integrate and assimilate and accept this beautiful country for what it was, you know, not live in this victimhood complex of the British Empire or the ills of the past, which I think a lot of current Muslims, you know, there are plenty of amazing assimilated Muslims, but so many of them have hang-ups about the past and, you know, what the British Empire did, and therefore it's their right to kind of be hostile to the state or not integrate entirely and want to have factions or halal meat and this and that and keep themselves to themselves. But I think today represents standing up for British values, and you've got, you know, 80-year-old grandmothers coming out who don't usually leave the house. You've got people from all walks of life come together and celebrate the one thing that we all stand for is free speech. And, you know, sorry to say, but the Labour Party is despicable. There's not an ounce of self-reflection into why they feel that all these people need to come out on the streets and demonstrate, because they all in unison think the country is going down such a dark path that all they can do is name call.
You don't have to be sorry to say that.
No,
Yes,
you
you're
don't.
right. Sorry, I'm not sorry.
And Lee Harris, we see Tommy Robinson pull in millions of patriots, not just people on the ground, but people that are tuning into this live stream. There are millions watching around the world at what Tommy is doing. He's a problem for the establishment, and so are we.
Absolutely. I mean, it's astonishing. It is an astonishing. I mean, just sit back and think about what he has achieved.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I'm casting my mind back, not even that long, to Sir Trevor Phillips, a mainstream presenter on Sly News, as we like to call them, who went to the last rally and actually said, and I love the guy for this, but he stood on, you know, on national television and said that the most alarming thing that he found about the event was how normal everyone was, and the smuttering of black and brown faces, he said. And it closed off with a gospel choir. And you know what? To be able to achieve something like that, but I just wanted to extend on what you were saying, because you absolutely nailed it. The British people have been demoralized. We have been bruised and battered. We've been told that to hate our country. It's been years of sheer attack on the British people. And this is a result of that. What you're seeing today is
Tommy's march has begun. Let me show you what Tommy is live streaming. This is what Tommy's live streaming. So they march, they walk. Where's the helicopter? I want to see the helicopter.
Oh, can we squeeze through, please? That's all right, no problem. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
The people are walking. Let me show you this. This is why people are talking, okay? This is Wasim Haddad. He, arguably, some people say that the Bondi terrorist, Naveed Akram, I think his name was, he was inspired by him. He used to go to his mosque because he had listened to his sermons. And what I tell you, this is not an internal Western social dispute between between the Protestants and the Catholics and the Mormon. No, this is a foreign threat.
We can't take away from the fact, first and foremost, that jihad is definitely part of our deen. And as Muslims,
any Muslim who tells you that no, jihad means in a struggle. Alec Alibon made a really funny tweet. She said, "Oh, jihad means in a struggle. Mein Kampf meant my struggle." Imagine falling for it twice Seriously. I mean, imagine falling for it twice. And I think this is why, I mean, Germany has got a lot of terrible things happening to it. But when it comes to protecting the Jews, and this is why I think a lot of right conservative people don't understand our obsession. And they keep attacking Tommy about, oh, you're Mossad, you Jews, that's not to go after. Oh, you put Israel first. No, we don't. No, we're not putting Israel first. We're not. If you live in Australia, our entire movement is about love your country and stand up for it, protect this way of life. Jews are a part of that social fabric. This issue of Jews versus Holocaust deniers and, like there's other anti-Jewish people, anti-Semitic people. This is an internal Western issue, much like the issue of African Americans and America, whatever social problems they've had. It's an internal issue, and it's been evolving. It's been going in different directions for the last 250 years and also the last 400 years in America. And it's the same. The Jews have a totally different. Islam is all of these people are new to this. Okay, they only managed to infiltrate Western society in the last 30 or 40 years or so. And they are also reaching their inflection point where they're like, ooh, we can actually influence elections. So it's like our democracies got infected by a virus, a very, very lethal virus. And now we're starting to see its symptoms. So that's why it's different. This will always be different. Do not, so that's why we support the Jewish people, that they know who they're dealing with, who they're dealing with. These people. How many videos do you want me to play? Actually, look what happened. This just happened in London. Look at this. Just happened in London a couple of days ago. Probably yesterday, actually. Look at this guy. Look at this charmer. That's why we support Jewish people, because we know who they're fighting with. We have a common enemy. But no, do I put Israel before Australia? Or no, I don't. No. And again, Australia has had Jewish people for a very long time. I don't notice them. There's a Jew that's a Jewish person, or he's working to undermine Australian way of life, the Australian way of life, or Australian society. No, I don't see any of that. Yeah, they have their own interests, which may sometimes diverge from the mainstream Australian society. But is it really that lethal? Is it effing us up? I know some people have conspiracy theories, and that's why Jews get really jumpy about it. Some might be true. I don't know. But I'm more focused about a much bigger threat. That, if Jews have done some shady things here and there, I don't know. If that's what you believe, that's not that big a risk to Western civilization. This is.
Big up Palestine, free Palestine, to the river, to the sea, fuck Israel, big up Palestine, Palestine will be free, the Jews, you man are gonna get beheaded one by one, you dirty Jews, big up Palestine.
This is London, guys, this is East London, this is right behind me, the East London Mosque. Is this Western? Whatever disputes we have had with Jews and whatever they've gone through in the last century, we don't talk like that.
Yeah, tell him. Palestine.
This is why I say, sorry Israel, I actually tweeted that. Maybe it was a bit too heavy worded. I don't know if I can keep playing this. I was like, sorry, this proves that why Jewish people need a homeland and they need to defend it. And this is another reason why I admire Israel so much. They're not like your Keir Starmer. Netanyahu is not your Keir Starmer. He's like, oh yeah, do you want to come and attack us, stab us, kill us? Okay, and then I'll just go after my own people. No, they're like, whoa, did you do this? Okay, you effed around. Now it's time for you to find out. That's how we want our governments to be. No compromise on Australian values. No compromise. Australia opened its borders, opened its doors to people from all over the world. Now it looks like turning out to be a bad idea, but we tried in good faith. Australia tried in good faith. But is that what you're doing? Melbourne has gone from one of the safest cities in the world, but one of the most livable cities in the world, to an absolute dump. And I've seen it. I've seen it in the last 20 years, how the country has gone, how Melbourne has gone, and especially in the last 5 years. Something happened, guys, during COVID. That's what those conspiracy theorists were telling us. Like, oh, they're planning something big. I don't know if they were planning this, but look, they're flooding it on purpose. They're flooding our countries on purpose, and they're doubling down. Successive Tory governments said, oh, we're going to cut down immigration. We're going to cut down immigration. And look what's happening in the UK. Every day, these boats turn up. They come out. What is this, guys? Seriously, I'm a 90s kid, yeah? I always wanted to go to a Western country. I wanted to go to America. I couldn't imagine. I was like, oh, you have to go stand in the line. You have to go to the American embassy and say, hey, can I come? And they said, no, sorry. You're a Muslim, you know, your boys just flew two planes into our building. So, you know, we're a little bit skeptical. Okay. I'm sad because I'm not going to fly a plane into any building. I want to go and see America. But no, bad luck, tough luck. Okay. Then I came to Australia. Australia asked for your police report, your character, your health check, everything. Today we learn. So that was a different world. Protect your borders, protect your country, and be careful with who you're letting in. Be careful with who you're giving your passport to. We're conducting Australian citizenship ceremonies in foreign languages. You're not speaking English? That's fine. Don't worry about it. Here's your Centrelink payment. Here's your Centrelink check. Here's your passport. Here's your citizenship certificate. You never have to speak. You don't have to even bother to learn the language. It's starting to happen in Australia, but it happened in the UK a while ago. You know, they've got road signs. They've got station names in foreign languages. Like, why? But Americans are reacting very differently to it. There was a viral video the other day where some New Yorker was saying he showed a billboard in some foreign language, and he was like, I think it was in Arabic, and they were losing it, and American social media was lit up. But in the UK, people just took it lying down. You want me to change the sign and put a foreign language up? Okay. The British people look the other way, but not anymore. Not anymore. That's why it had to build up. And Aussies and other people are learning. Australia is watching. Aussies are watching. They're seeing what's happening. And I think credit goes to Tommy. They maligned this movement. They smeared him. They called him a thug. They called him all kinds of names. There's hooligans. But overall, you're going to see it. And you saw it. These are the people, guys. These are the people. Ordinary, elderly, all kinds of people. Women, children, families. And what we see in exchange, what we actually see the people he's trying to defend. What do we see them? Look at this. This is what we see. Where is it? Let me find the best clip. London police forced to flee. Now, I've been collecting so many of these videos. I don't even know which one is which. But this sounds like a good title. London police forced to flee. Let's have a look. What is this? Yeah. Look at this. Look at this. Where are the battens? Where are the dogs? Where are the horses? Where's the aggression? Where are the 40,000 police officers patrolling the streets, watching the patrol? Where are they? If that wasn't good enough, I'm sure I've got better ones. What's this? Is that Islamist? No, that's a different one. Oh, there are so many. Look at this. Where's the police? Farrell. Imagine a patriot doing that. Imagine that. Imagine the coverage. Look at this. No, not this one. Gaza. I need to. Oh yeah, that's a good one. This one. Look at this. What's this? Imagine a patriot acting like this. Imagine that. Some poor guy's Porsche just got destroyed. Look at that. Look at that. Is that disorderly? So the British public saw this every weekend. They saw this happen. And they saw this pussyfooting from the police. And then, as I said, when it came to the patriots, look at this. Look at this. Look at that old man. They cracked open his skull. Look at that. There you go. He's bleeding. He's an old man. He's an old man, and you saw how they were treating these people. Nothing. I've got so many more videos like this. Let me find more. So lame. So they did it. And Keir Starmer. Well, I don't know what's wrong with this guy. I mean, dude, that guy is just next level. I've seen many clueless, stupid politicians. And I've seen a lot. Pakistan. I've seen a lot of Pakistani politicians. It gets even really ugly over there. But since John Howard until Anthony Albanese, in Australia we had like 5 general elections and we had 5 prime ministers. Not one actually led his party or too successful. Maybe Scott Morrison. Actually, I don't know. But anyway, nobody lasted. Nobody made it to 2 terms. Anthony Albanese did. I was like, wow, our standard of politics. He's so mediocre. He's so mediocre. And I was like, what's going on? I think we've got the worst of the worst at the worst possible time. Our prime ministers are mediocre. And let's say if Kamala had won, Kamala was very mediocre, okay? Like Trump or not, whether you like him or not, whatever. But the guy won twice. He's doing the right things. Yeah, he might be as flawed as he is. I'm not saying he's my prophet, but he recognizes this. They've been saying that. Well, what are you doing with your country? We don't want to do this. So it was happening on a much bigger scale in America as well. 11 million people bought a letting. So this was a joint conspiracy. Look what they're doing in Canada. Canada's screwed. New Zealand of all people, they've started doing it. And again, Keir Starmer did it first. Keir Starmer arrested more people for social media posts than Putin and Xi Jinping did put together. Isn't that an interesting stat? Let me find that. Let me find that. That's a remarkable stat, isn't it? No, that's rape. Jeez, my stats tab is full of crime statistics. I thought I had social media stat as well. Maybe I saved the image. Anyways, it's mind blowing. Oh yeah, there you go. I have it everywhere. I eventually get there, But it's just really getting out of control now. Look at this. Countries with the most arrests for online comments. You would think Russia would be there. What else? China would be there. China is there, but look at that. 12,000 arrests in the UK, and China only arrested with his firewall and those social scores, points, and all that, with people watching you through CCTV cameras at all times. Like nothing. They only arrested 1,500 people. And the UK arrested 12,000 people. Where's Australia? They're trying that in Australia. This is why I keep saying I'm expecting a knock on my door, and I'm ready. But they haven't done it yet, so I don't know. Maybe I'm paranoid. But I think it's going to happen at some point. Keir Starmer did it, and Tommy Robinson. But again, they tried. I think they might be learning, because they're also learning as they're going along. And I told you that this video that I played you, this happened 3 years ago. They haven't repeated this heavy-handedness since then. Tommy has held a few rallies, but I haven't seen that kind of violence, which is why some people are a bit skeptical that maybe they might do it this time. I think they're going to do it today. But we thought the same last time as well, but it didn't happen. Fingers crossed it wouldn't happen this time again. Excuse me, because they're also learning that the more you vilify a person who's got good, strong ideological reasons, and again, there's no greater ideological reason than survival. These people are just fighting for their way of life. They don't hate anyone. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong in saying, I want to preserve my way of life. That's why they're going after it. That's why they're telling you that, oh, you know, these people want to wind the clock back. They want to go back to white Australia. They try to demean it. They try to cheapen it by making it racial. But it's not about race. It's been proven time and time again. It's not about race. And which is why a lot of other non-white people, when they actually understand what is being said, and I think credit goes to Tommy. Tommy is a very charismatic person. He's a very charismatic person. I've admired the guy for a very long time, even before I started doing YouTubing. But he's charismatic enough to draw people to himself, and I think I'm just dying for that aerial footage. Where is that damn helicopter, Tommy? Or did the pilot not turn up? What's going on? I want to see that. Let's see what they're saying.
To go now. So Canon Phil, thanks so much for joining me. Really wise words there.
Thanks. Great to talk with you as always. Great. Every time we meet, we seem to end up laughing. So I'm sure.
No spin, no bias, no censorship. Wow. That was amazing. What we are seeing now is people come together, and Keir Starmer wants you to think the words Christ is King are hate crimes. He wants Christianity to disappear, but not today, because millions have come together and we are protecting our Christian values. We will not be shamed into loving Christianity. We will not be shamed and not come forwards to protect our country, to protect our children. The scenes in London are giving me goosebumps. And if you are not there on the ground and you are with us watching this, these are scenes that will go down in history. But they won't be in your mainstream media history books. Oh no, that is why you are watching totally independent coverage here on Dan Wootton Outspoken. There are no tech billionaires in the background pulling our strings. We say what we want when we want. And Tommy Robinson has done today what no
This is a pretty good
politician...
spiel. This is a pretty good spiel. Well, look at this. This is the oops. This is a stage. That's what it's going to look like. I just can't wait to see that big crowd, and then these pathetic people like Piers Morgan come out and say, hey, it was only 100,000 people. 50,000. How can I remember, I think so the last United Kingdom rally took place in September, I believe. So, what, 9 months ago? I remember how much it upset the problematic community. 5 pillars, these radical Islamists, all of them. And even the so-called moderate ones, this is where I go, you know what? You're not helping your case. Whether you join this movement or not, the other side is going to lose this. The laws, amendments, all of these things happen because of the situation on the ground. And this is why I was actually telling you the story about how free speech's purpose was not to disseminate enemy propaganda. So free speech was founded for different reasons, not for these reasons. They found a loophole. So we're gonna update the rules of the game as well. We're going to update our free speech laws as well. What does free speech mean? Yeah, okay, free speech is fine. You're allowed to say whatever. But if it goes against our way of life, if it goes against our foundational values or our civilization or parliament and our constitution, then sorry, we're going to treat you as a traitor. So then you say, oh no, I'm Egyptian, I'm Mohammed Hijab, I'm a Muslim first. See, this is why I said this is a treasonous statement to say I'm a Muslim first. This is a treasonous statement. Sure, we don't hang people for treason, but these are good enough grounds for us to cancel your citizenships because we demand full loyalty to the country that you live in. We demand that. And this is not a radical idea, guys. Throughout human history, that has always been the rule. Somewhere along the way, in the last 30, 40, 50 years or so, it subtly changed. It subtly became okay to do these things. Yeah, I know there were some communists, there were American communists during the Cold War too, but again, they didn't have this, what's the word? They didn't have this freedom to just go about disseminating enemy propaganda. They were hunted down. I said, bring back McCarthy. I don't know. Like I'm not an expert in that, but I know some people say that. A lot of people were mistreated as well and unfairly targeted as well. But that is an eventual consequence. I'm not saying that it's right for one innocent person to go to jail or suffer, but I'm saying that you are creating the circumstances that is going to lead to that kind of world. So it's going to happen. What's going to happen? And then I know a lot of the forces that we are tinkering with that could create a world where people like me get screwed over. So I said, well, it's going to happen. So this is why it's so important for us to find a political solution to this problem. Everyone knows that there is a problem. These people are out because everyone knows there is a problem. This is a problem.
Look at this.
This is London. And again, a guy with a non-British accent is complaining about it. Even he's saying, because people can see. I go to Japan, I want to see Japanese people. I go to India, I see Indian people. But I go to London, I see this. Jesus Christ, what is this? What is this? How did that? It's some place. Powell saw that. And again, this is not division. What do you mean division and hatred? These people do not represent Britain. They don't even have any understanding of British values. So there is nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong to say that I don't want my city to look like this. I don't want it. I mean, a British person to say that. I don't want it. And then the longer, as I said, the longer we delay finding a solution to this problem, the harsher the correction would be. Some people might go overcorrect, which is why Athronats will make a serious comeback. They will keep getting louder and louder. They will get more and more supporters. That is a real possibility. But as long as we have people like Keir Starmer, they say, and these idiots are so stupid, they even call Nigel Farage a far right. He's not even far right enough for me. Nigel Farage is going to be a disappointment. You heard how he treated that guy. He's going to be a disappointment. But yeah, we don't have anyone, so we'll pick. I mean, if we had preferential voting system in Britain, then I'll vote. I'll give 1 next to Rupert Lowe, 2 to Advance UK, 3 to Reform, and then 4 to some minor party if there is one. That will be the order that I'd go. But he's not. But I think he's going to disappoint. Which is why we've got 2 years to campaign to get Rupert Lowe up. Okay, I've been live streaming for a while, but it hasn't even begun yet. Oh, wow. I think we're going to be doing this all night. Where is this? Where's Lauren? Here she is. She's got a really good spiel. I like her deliveries, like very consistent, very TV-like. Not like me. I'm like all over the place.
Now, what is very interesting about this is there is a fatwa out for Tommy Robinson. The jihadis want him dead, and he has not received protection from the state. We see the likes of Prince Harry qualify for protection, but Tommy Robinson from Luton, oh no, he does not qualify. And so his security team are bringing their entire force to put around him. He is having a ring around him to try and keep him.
Tommy just posted this, and I think, he's got a ring around him. That's Tommy. He just released this video 29 minutes ago.
We're on the march. We're walking up towards Trafalgar Square. The crowd, Parliament Square is already full. The crowd stretched from here to Euston Station, apparently, which is miles. Okay? And miles. This is the biggest event in British history. This is the moment, a turning point for Britain, a message to the leaders. Britain's ready for the fight. Right? People are up. We're awake. We're not going to back down. We want our country back.
This is big. This is a very strong cultural moment in our history. I felt the same last time as well in September, and I was like, "Ooh, when is he going to do it again?" Because this is worrying the establishment. And for some reason, British establishment's just so weak. At least in America, like you see the other side fight back. Like Trump came back and reversed Biden's terrible decision. And I think Australia, Australia. I don't think the Australian establishment is like that. Because I know Victoria Police is not happy. And they're not happy the way they've been the way they've been told to just sit down, and they've been wokeified by this woke government, which can change very quickly. So I think our rot is not as deep. Our rot is as deep as just our Labour Party. But in the UK, I think I fear for its police, the justice system. Actually, no, our justice system is pretty screwed. In Australia, we had some shocking judgments over the last. I told you about that one, Giggle versus Tickle. Look at this, what we're being forced to put up with. This clown. Okay, let me play a video. This is going to anger you, which is why it should anger you. I've played this video before. Not this video. Let me play this video first. This is a brand new video. Look at this clown. They're going to tell us how we should feel.
Got the citizenship in Cumberland. It's one of the most beautiful, amazing things that I do as a counsellor.
Yeah, so he loves handing out Australian citizenship certificates to foreigners, people who have nothing in common with Australian values. People who hate Australia, people who are coming here to take advantage of our generous welfare payment system. In their countries, they have to kill a man for a banana. In here, people come and they can get $2,000-$3,000 a month, fortnight, whatever, and where they can make a decent living by simply not working. That's what he loves.
That happened in the city. I participated, which is. It's okay to globalize the Intifada. I do believe that it's not only okay that you say globalize the Intifada. It's important that you say it. Globalize the Intifada means you stand.
Yeah, you stand, Jihad means in a struggle. Mein Kampf means in a struggle. They're trying to make us fall for the same trick. They're so unoriginal. They didn't even come up with a new slogan. My struggle. So globalize the Intifada means, what it means. It means blowing up, attacking people, standing up. That's what he means by stand up. Stand up against oppressors and oppression. Because from his perspective, the West is oppressing his people. the entire Middle East. That was the grievance of Osama bin Laden. What they don't tell you is that they come for our civilization. They're coming for they're coming for the West. So what? The West should just turn around and turn the other cheek? No, that's not how it's going to happen. We're going to find, and this is why I say Israel is such an important piece in this puzzle. Israel, whether you like the Jews or not, you have to understand the Jewish state of Israel is a liberal democracy. It's on our side. It's not North Korea. It's not Kim Jong. It's not run by a mad dictator. It follows our principles. And look at the wokies. Look who the wokies attacked first. All these lefties. Pedro Sanchez of Spain, Keir Starmer, all these people. Who did they attack first? Israel. At whose behest? The Islamists, the globalists. And I don't. So that's why it's important to defend Israel, because these people want to kill them. And Israel's enemy Israel's enemy wants to kill us too. They wanted to end us. They would see nothing other than, and so I've got so many videos of Muslims. They say that even if this Israel-Palestine issue didn't exist, we wouldn't have been friends with the West. Let me find that video. Even Israel. How did I save that? This is my biggest life challenge, to find those videos. I don't know how I saved it. Israel. We hate Jews. After yeah, there you go. Look, listen to this. This is a good one. It's not the one that.
But there will come a time, ya Muslim. There will come a time. And we relate the ahadith of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam that the Muslims and the Jews, they will fight. And there is coming a time where there will be fighting. And he told us, alayhi salatu wassalam, that the inanimate objects will speak on those days. The inanimate object will speak. And this is not anti-Semitic, this is a part of our tradition. We simply relay the hadith and we say that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam told us that when there is a war going on. There's a war going on. They have drones that say to them, oh, so-and-so, there's a Muslim there, press your button and destroy it. So we're simply just turning it around and telling them what our tradition will be at that time. You have your inanimate drones that will speak to you and say to you, there's a Muslim there. Doesn't matter that it's a hospital and there are dead people and there are injured people and old people. You know what we're going to do? Press a button and bomb it, and there it goes. As for...
It doesn't work that way, though. Like, the West goes through enormous lengths to minimize collateral damage. And look, it happened in this current Iran war too. It happened once because they had a school next to other IRGC buildings. They always do that. The same week, Pakistan bombed a hospital in Afghanistan, and Pakistan said the same thing. They said, hey, they had this hospital. We didn't attack the hospital, I mean, which is actually true. We attacked this headquarters of the Pakistani Taliban who were there, and they had this drone factory there. So when Pakistan dropped some munitions, some bombs on them, it was so powerful because they had some drones and other bombs there. It took out the adjacent hospital as well. Pakistan said, well, we didn't target it. It's collateral damage. We didn't mean it. You shouldn't put a hospital right next to a weapons depot. It's the same. So everyone, all the Pakistanis, they accepted it. They're like, yeah, okay, fine. Yeah, how convenient. But when America says that, when Israel says that school in Manal, I think 30, 40 girls died. It was a school next to to an IRGC headquarters. Why? There's 7 buildings. 6 of them belong to IRGC. And then one of them was belonged to their kids. That obviously it was bad intelligence. They didn't know it. But look how he's downplaying. He's like, oh yeah, you kill our children, yeah. So he's laying the groundwork. He's like, well, you do that, so it's okay for us to kill Jews, as happened on October the 7th.
The Muslims at that time, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam told us that the trees and the stones will speak and say, oh Muslim, behind me there is a Yahudi, come and kill him. These times are coming. The way night follows day and day follows night, because the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he told us that is going to be.
See, it's going to happen. It's got nothing to do with with Israel, Palestine, whatever. Muhammad made a lot of phony predictions, really pathetic ones too. A lot of bad predictions. But Muslims just tend to remember the ones that are vague enough that can fit in today's world. They hate you. And then they don't just hate the Jews. Listen to this American imam.
Want to show us morality? You want to teach me how to be refined? Excuse me. You are the ignorant and I am the knowledgeable. Please step aside.
I'm so knowledgeable that he got in front of the Australian embassy, the American embassy. He said, please let me in. Please. I'll drive a cab. I'll do anything. Please let me in. I love America. He probably turned up with a striped suit, red and white striped suit, just to prove that. But the moment they come, they change. They start hating. They start hating America. They start hating our countries. That's him.
Because the last hope for America is in Islam. We are the ones that will remind them of the truth. We are the leaders of the world. We are the masters. We are the teachers. Don't worry about the filet mignon. And
sorry, some people are saying I'm trying to keep you guys entertained, like I've got to give you context as well.
Him safe, but this is a risk. Tommy Robinson is a target. We saw what happened to Charlie Kirk, and Tommy Robinson is not to a corner, but we will not bite. We will continue to be peaceful. And this is exactly what you're seeing with Unite the Kingdom. We are going to throw back to Leo on the ground, who is backstage bringing you the exclusive. Let's go.
Oh, this guy.
Hey, we're back here at the Unite the Kingdom rally, and I'm here with the Scottish Korean Ryan Williams. Ryan, how are you doing today?
I'm feeling not very Scottish with your accent. I sound like a posh English twat. But yeah, I grew up in Edinburgh, so I guess people from Edinburgh can sound like a posh English twat.
Yeah, I mean, Edinburgh is the kind of England of Scotland, if you know what I mean.
I'm going to get killed if I say yes to that, but yeah.
Well, I wanted to talk to you about, you're talking about getting killed, about death threats and things like that. I know it's some that Tommy has. He's in fatwas against them. I think he still does. I don't think they expire. And you have had quite a lot of threats as well because you've spoken out against Islamism.
Yeah, I don't have any fatwas. Maybe some skinny was, but kind of lighter end. I just get the kind of I'm going to kill you, but I don't really get all the beheaded. Yes, love it. I don't get any of the serious threats.
Right.
Yeah.
How do you tell what's a serious threat and what's somebody just giving a light-hearted, I'm going to kill you?
Well, they got my address once. That's a serious threat.
They got your what, sorry?
Address. Once they have your address, where you actually live, that's a problem.
Yeah.
Once they've got your parents' address or something like that, it's not good.
Isn't it funny that, this rally is described as violent and thuggish, but you haven't been threatened by anybody here?
No, this event is loud, very musical, and you're going to hear it. Like, everybody's having a good time. Yeah.
You're going to be on stage later. What are you going to be doing?
I'm going to be playing the cello. It's a big violin, big machine gun. Yeah, and I play it between my legs and I just scratch the thing. Loads of practice in for that.
And are you going to be speaking as well?
I don't think I'm allowed to open my mouth. No, just to scratch the thing between my legs.
And have you had any criticism or any prohibition or bans as a result of your outspokenness about radical Islam?
Yeah, I got detained as a terrorist on the Schedule 7 at Heathrow Airport.
At Heathrow Airport?
Yeah. You know about this, no?
Yeah. So just for anybody back at home who doesn't know what happened, just explain why you're detained and what happened.
Yeah, I got detained for a Schedule 7 terrorism act for speaking out against Islam.
Right. And what you said?
Well, I said, we should be able to criticize bad ideas, and it should be going after real terrorists. But you know, it's now a pretty good pickup line. You know, I just fancy dating a terrorist. You know, I need all the help I can get in the dating world. I'm still single, so yeah, Korea's got a very low birth rate. Yeah, so please help us out. If you want to have babies, go get a Korean woman and carry on her race. Yeah, they don't really like Korean men. They love white guys. They love Jewish men, to be honest. They love that uncircumcised, that circumcised beef.
Yeah, yeah. And has your career been affected by your outspokenness?
Okay, I don't know if you guys are enjoying this, but look at this. Oh.
They all want to go to the mosque. That's why he says don't drink. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, this is Tommy's live stream.
One kingdom. One voice that can't be silenced.
From England's heart to Scotland's hills, from valleys wide to Ulster's will, the drums are sounding, the call is near, for every patriot to gather here. 4 nations, one kingdom, together we rise. Beneath one flag under British skies, we will not bend nor compromise. 4 nations united before your eyes. Our voices thunder, our banners fly. 4 nations, one kingdom till we die.
Yeah, not bad, not bad.
One kingdom, together we rise. Beneath one flag under British skies, we will not bend nor compromise. 4 nations united before your eyes. Our voices thunder, our banners fly. 4 nations, one kingdom till we die. England, Scotland, Wales, Refire, Ulster, this is our land, our truth, our song. Together we stand, together we belong.
May 16th, we unite this country like never seen before. Central London, 4 nations, one kingdom.
Not the Islamic kingdom.
Together, stand tall.
What, London? It's been a minute. I've got to tell you, you beautiful people, it's so good to be here. What an electric buzz. What an atmosphere. Oh my gosh. I was like a cat on a hot tin roof out the back. But it's fantastic. We've walked right through London. The amount of people that are here, if you can see what I can see, it's unbelievable. It's fantastic. And I'll tell you, people, if ever there was a better looking crowd, I don't know where they'd find it. Such a beautiful tribe of people
Britons rule Britannia. That's what I say. So just want to put a quick shout out and thank the police for working with us and doing a fantastic job and being extremely brave and running towards trouble when everybody else is running away. Gold was green. Kudos to them for that. Extremely brave boys and girls. And one thing I want to put out really quick is because today I'm here to talk about our Christianity, our fundamental foundation, our belief block, our belief system, right? Because for too long, it's been eroded, it's been attacked on a daily basis, not just here, but all over the world. Christians are being persecuted, being murdered in their thousands and thousands all over the planet. And this morning, I believe, Donald Trump, President Donald Trump, who I believe personally, and I think you'd all agree, President Donald J. Trump is the greatest president to ever grace the Oval Office. What an amazing, brave, magical human being. So, Mr. President, we salute you. We the people salute you, sir. I believe this morning, where the Christians were being murdered and butchered in Nigeria, he sent in a special task force to take out the bad guys, and I believe they wiped them out. They were wholesale slaughtering Christians. So that's an amazing thing to do. God bless you for that, Mr. President. So here we are, defending our own faith in our own lands. And you have to remember, people, that the foundational building block for our nation, for Britain, United Kingdom, is Christianity. We are not a multicultural. The culture of these lands is Christianity. That is our very foundational building block. For we are Christians, and it is our forefathers, our ancestors, that fought and died in the fields of this nation, on the shores, everywhere. We fought the Nazis, but we have 1,000 years of kings and queens, history. And the most important thing is, I hear people saying all the time, Christianity this, what culture, what culture? Let me tell you something. 1,000 years of Christianity, of incredibly brave Christian fighting men. And you have to think, where does that saying come from, this green and pleasant land? Well, I'll tell you why it's a green and pleasant land. And that's because it is absolutely soaked and saturated in the blood of Christian patriot fighting men and women that stood in fields with swords, shields, axes, pitchforks, and they defended their children, their land, their country from the rampaging, murdering hordes, invaders. I've just got to do the Lord's Prayer. So what I'm going to do is, I just want to start off with a little blessing. We're just going to say the Lord's Prayer just to throw out to all our Christian brothers around the world. So if you join me on this, we'll send a message and it'll be a fantastic optic. So if you can bear with me, yeah? So if you want to do this with me, please, God. You ready? Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from the evil one. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Thank you, people. God bless you. Thank you. Beautiful humans. Thank you. Bye-bye.
That you went through the breakup, the bereavement, the breakdown, the redundancy. They may be gone, but their spirit 100% lives on within you. And I hope this brings just one person comfort. I really, really do.
I want justice. I want to know that I can go to sleep at night and the person that burgled my house will never do it again because they're in jail. Well, today is a good day for some and a bad day for others. I don't trust anybody. I believe that the political elite have got, it's them first, then us. It's their political career first, then us.
Yes, London! Now, contrary to Keir Starmer's waffle, we're not here to spread hate. Quite the opposite. We're here because we love our country. Keir Starmer called us all far right. And once again, he got it terribly wrong. Look around you. This isn't division. This is what unity actually looks like. This is the Britain we remember. The Britain that we want back. We're sick of being lied to. We're sick of being gaslit and treated like children. We're a sharp, proud nation. We can smell the bullshit a mile off. The cat is out the bag, and we can see exactly where this country is heading. We didn't vote to be replaced. We didn't vote for life to become unaffordable. We didn't vote for our children to feel unsafe in parks or for our elderly to sit cold in the winter. None of this was ever in Labour's manifesto. We want a safe Britain, a prosperous Britain, a harmonious Britain, a Britain that actually feels like Great Britain again. And when the government refuses to speak for the people, then the people must speak for themselves. And that is why we're here today, to send a clear message. Enough! We want our country back. We want Great Britain again. And the more we stand together, the more we speak up, the sooner Parliament will have to listen. Because they work for us, not the other way round. Let's have a beautiful day. Let's show the world a positive, peaceful and proud Britain. Stay calm, stay strong, stay united. Together, we will take our country back. Thank you.
"18 British women raped." You tell me why I wasn't arrested. I'd have been arrested. I believe we need to protect the British public. I'm from Luton Town. You're talking about racism.
The prison officer actually opened up my door and said, "Do not leave this cell. Your life depends on it."
50,000 British Muslims downloaded a terrorist manual in our country. 50,000. But New Year's Eve, 100 women. Some of them raped. Some of them robbed. Look, can I ask you a question? Have you read the Quran?
Show some respect.
Show some respect.
Show some respect.
Have you read this for people? The reality is this is a war. These people are waging war on us for time. This has gone on for 1,400 years. This is nothing new.
Look at that. Look at that beautiful sight. Are you watching Keir Starmer? This crowd, that helicopter goes from here for miles. Miles.
Come on, show us.
Today, I want to ask you all something. Are you ready for the Battle of Britain? 2029, we have an election. We're not asking anyone to go out and fight, but this is the most important moment in our generation. If we don't send a message in our next election, if you don't register to vote, if you don't get involved, if you don't become activists, we are going to lose our country forever. So I'm asking, what will you sacrifice
What will you give? Apathy has led to a government like Keir Starmer. He was elected off 9 million votes. 20 million of us didn't vote. If we stood up and said how we thought of the ballot box, we wouldn't have had open borders. We wouldn't have been betrayed. We have to get political. We have to get involved. I'm not going to tell you which political party you need to join. We're a cultural movement. I'm going to tell you that you have to join a political party. I don't care if it's Reform, if it's Advance, or it's Restore, or it's a Conservative party. We have to locally get involved in politics. All right, who do you want to be? I know what you're going to say. I think I can hear Restore. We cannot go home from this event and go back to sleep. We can't, okay? Locally, we have to get organised. That's why I'm saying join your local political party. Get involved as an activist. We saw the election results last week. Congratulations to anyone who become an activist for Reform and sent that message. Congratulations to the patriots that have just shocked Keir Starmer. But the message has to be, unless we get organised, unless we get ready, then there's going to be no answer. But violence is coming to us. It's already here. Hostile communities have been imported into our nation who are not going to integrate. They're not going to assimilate. It's heading to a clash. We can beat that through the ballot box, but we have to wake up the 50% that don't vote. I see that as our job, as a cultural movement, to get the people registered to vote, to get them active, get them ready, and how many, show me now, I know you're activists because you've travelled here. You've travelled from far and wide, spent your money, you've come to London to send a message. You know the most beautiful thing? The entire world is watching us right now. Oh, the labels, do you know Keir Starmer's video yesterday? He still thinks we're 5 years ago. Because that worked 5 years ago, Keir. The scaremongering, the racist label, the fear-mongering, the far right. It doesn't work anymore, does it, people? I've gone over in on us. I'm so on everyone. I want to introduce, we're going to have a fun day today. We're going to send a message to the world that we decide how we behave. We have united. Look at those flags. Look around you at those flags. Look. It's the most beautiful sight I've seen in central London. Okay? Next up, I want to introduce you to someone now. That building is full of 650, 649, what? Maybe 645 traitors to this country. Traitors. Who remembers during COVID the outrageous behaviour of this government?
This is already a brilliant speech, isn't it?
One man, one politician didn't remain silent. And for that, he faced the full state and weight of the British establishment and the British media. I want to introduce you to Andrew Bridgen.
Keep talking, Tommy. Keep
talking. On the status of my defamation case against Mr. Hancock.
Mr. Speaker, after a pandemic which saw considerable excess deaths, we'd normally expect a period where there'd be less than the expected number of deaths. This
Agreed on that then. So right now, during my imprisonment over the years, there's one man, many were invited, but there's one man who's politically spoke up. I think he's a great leader. I've watched him, he's become a friend. I want to introduce Ben Habib.
Well done, Tommy.
Hello, United Kingdom. Before I speak, I want to ask you a question. Keir Starmer is? Keir Starmer is? Keir Starmer is? Great. We're all agreed on that then. This country. I've only got 3 minutes. I've only got 3 minutes. I have a few things to say. This country has been run under extreme forms of governance for the last 30 years. They like to call us the far right. They like to call us the extremists. But actually, the people who've been running this country for 30 years are the extremists. They're the ones who look down upon you. They're the ones who look down upon the flags you hold. They're the ones who have taken down our borders. They're the ones who think that bringing in foreigners to our country and replacing British people is a good way to govern this country. Actually, what they want to do is end the United Kingdom. That's why when Keir Starmer did his great reset speech the other day, he couldn't help himself. He just couldn't help himself. He described all of us.
He's only got 3 minutes. He's only got 3 minutes.
I'm so excited I turned my mic off. But the real extremists are the people sitting in that building there. Now,
it's not you. Yeah, it's not you. I think it's
Tommy very kindly posted on X an open invitation to the leader of the Conservative Party, the leader of Reform UK, the leader of Restore Britain, and myself to come and speak to you today. The only leader amongst those four who accepted his invitation is me. Now, I'm not going to say...
Right, use that.
I'm not going to judge the leaders of the parties who didn't turn up today, but they judged you when they decided not to speak to you. They found you not to be worthy. Just remember that next time you go to the polling booth. They rejected you. You didn't reject them. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
You had it.
Right, next.
You still had 20 seconds.
Do you know for years, do you know how many celebrities, whether they be actors, footballers, boxers, do you know how many of them have been in my contact since the time of the English Defence League? They agree with us, they support with us. But many of them have never spoke out. They're too scared to speak out. The next gentleman is an actor who spoke out and they tried to destroy his life. They went for him, he didn't back down. He's become a dear friend of mine, a loyal friend, Lawrence Fox.
I wanted to share some news with you. 5 years in the making. Sadiq Khan and Keir Starmer and the rest of the people selling our country down the river. We all know what the meaning of the word racist means in this country. Everyone does. And I would say that the wicked are so organised. They're so well protected and defended against for their position. It's a great, wonderful country, and I admire and I respect this country, and I fight for it, and I fight for my children, and I fight for everybody else out there. I came out, and I always come out fighting, that this is our home, and we have nowhere else to go. Rule Britannia, United Kingdom. Be there.
I've never heard him, actually.
Look at you all! Can I please have a very large roar for those people here who love their family? Yes! Can I please have a very large roar for those people who love their country? Yes! You're all far-right, racist, bigot, extremist bastards. Right, so listen, very quickly, because I want to be quick. On where we're all standing, this is hallowed ground, right? This is the history of our country.
whenever we have overcome a massive, massive nightmare in our history, people have stood and honoured those who came before us to make a better life for our children. And that is all you are trying to do. The change is in with you. I am honoured and I'm flattered to spend time in your company. And when these arsehole, cretinous, fucking wankers, like that twat who needs to get out of his building, these people, they don't understand the soul of this country. The soul of this country is not about black or white, yellow or red, left or right. The soul of this country is we believe in ourselves, all right? And we have to, the changes within us. Okay, so I am, all I want to say is, actually, I want to read a bit of the Bible. Right. So this is from Ephesians, and then I'll be off. And it's so true about Keir Starmer is not an evil man. It's what Keir Starmer represents which is evil. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. You are the soul of this country. You are the future of this country, and I am honoured to be part of this country. Thank you very much. Freedom!
That was freedom moment.
No?
You can join the band, Lawrence, any day. Hello, London! Are we in the house? You guys look beautiful out there. We want to sing one thing together before we get into this first song. This is our land. This is our nation. We are proud of it. And we know that this country is built on one thing, and that is the Lord Jesus Christ. It's Christianity. Raise your flags in the air, raise your crosses in the air. We will never back down. And I want us to just sing this together. Christ is King. 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 Come on! So this song is a song we wrote especially for today. It's the anthem of today's event. It says that the United Kingdom is God's kingdom, and He's always on our side.
Lift your voice, Britain, sing and stand strong. From the valleys to the coast, from the cities to the fields, this nation is our gift from God. In His promise we are sealed. When the storm clouds get dark and the thunder shakes our ground, we remember who is for us. We remember what we found. With the word in our hearts, hearts beating as one. We will not be shaken. We've already won. The United Kingdom is God's kingdom. He is always on our side, no matter what they throw against us. We are covered, we will rise. Together we stand. Know the vision in us. Every voice, every tribe, every tongue. We shall overcome. We shall overcome. We shall overcome with love and strength and unity. Yeah, when the fear tries to divide and the darkness speaks in doubt, we will answer with His fire.
We're going to hit a really high note.
Is always on our side, no matter what they throw against us. We are covered, we will rise. Together we stand. Every voice, every tribe, every tongue, we shall overcome. We shall overcome. We shall overcome the love and breath and unity. We'll stand on mountaintops, sing it out with all our hearts in the fire, in the flood. We are anchored.
I gave you the power just before I even read your super chat. So yeah, you're a moderator.
With all our hearts, in His grace, and His grace, every race. The United Kingdom is God's kingdom. No matter what they go against us, we are covered. We will rise. We stand. Yes. Every voice, every tribe, every tongue, we shall overcome. We shall overcome. Yeah, we will. And humanity. Yes, we will. We shall overcome in love and rescue. Together we stand, hearts and heads. God's kingdom in this land, ever free.
In the chart, above Ed Sheeran, above all of these guys, Unite the Kingdom. This is God's kingdom. Then they'll have to play it on the radio. They'll have to talk about our brother Tommy. They'll not be able to ignore us. So utksong.com. Now before we do this next song, I want us to get into another chant. Can we do that? Tommy, 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 Tommy Robinson. Oh, Tommy, Tommy, come on. Tommy, 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 Tommy Robinson. Oh, Tommy, Tommy, lift it up. Tommy, 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 Tommy Robinson. Oh, Tommy, Tommy. Clap hands for him. The leader of this movement, we love you, Tommy. Thank you for everything. I know you don't like this type of thing, but I'm doing it. I've got the mic. This man is a British hero. This man is a true leader in this nation. While those that are supposed to lead us are defaming us, are talking against us, this man is leading with truth and integrity, and we need to respect this man. And one day, when we take that government, we'll give this man a knighthood. All right, this song's called Unite the Kingdom. Come on, come on. Shout out to We Are the Patriots who wrote this one. Come on, come on from far and wide. Raise your flag and show your pride. From all four corners, hear the call.
Oh.
This land is ours, we must stand tall. Come on, stand side by side. Time to stand, we must not hide. Raise your banners, raise your call. Free speech lives for one and all. Come on, be freedom.
There's too much music for me. What is Lauren saying? Oh, wait. It's the wrong screen. This screen.
Imagine he would amass this much support. And it is just growing. People are waking up, and they are waking up rapidly. I'm keeping an eye on the chat, and you are all very much saying Slippery Starmer must go. He's hanging on for dear life, isn't he? We've had enough. We don't want you, Slippery Starmer, and we want our country back. So if you weren't aware, Starmer released a statement yesterday, and he said, we're in the fight for the soul of this country as more extremists blocked from coming to the UK ahead of the Unite the Kingdom march. One of these, you know, far-right extremists that weren't far-right extremists.
Well, as you, I'm seeing some comments in the chat where they're saying, you know, like it's, and actually Tommy said it himself, is that this is a cultural movement, okay? And I think this is a very genius move by Tommy, that this is a cultural movement. I'm not going to tell you who to vote. No, he welcomed everyone to come and talk if you want to talk, but they were like, okay, they're weighing in their options. I was actually very surprised that Rupert Lowe wouldn't come. I mean, wow, what is stuck up their British elite? You know, it's just, see, this doesn't make sense in Australia. Like in Australia, in Australian politics, the divide between the ruling elite and the working class is not like that. It's very different. So that's why I can't wrap my head around it. That what is this contempt that they have for this person? His popularity is surging, is ballooning, and then you're antagonizing these people. Now, someone said that, okay, well, this is a Christian movement, and we have recognized Christianity is a big part of this movement. We have recognized what Western civilization entails, and yeah, Christianity is at its DNA. It's evolved along with Christianity, but there were other philosophies as well that came out, so which also made the West as we know it. So yeah, I don't think Tommy would actually say that this is a Christian movement. It's not a Christian movement. Christianity is part of this movement, just like all other kinds of people will be part of this movement too. Which is why this will be a massive mistake on the part of atheists not to come out and actually lead the way. I think someone like Sam Harris or, I don't know, Richard Dawkins or something, maybe they should say something along these lines as well. Because Richard Dawkins, for example, like him or hate him, whatever, I believe that Richard Dawkins is to be blamed for the rise of wokey politics. But that's not what he wanted. He's spread atheism, arguments against Christianity, but at the same time, he was very harsh on Islam as well. By the way, you got to remember, he was cancelled by the liberal. Initially, they celebrated him for attacking Christianity, but when he started attacking Islam, he got cancelled. So I think he should also come out and say, and I think this is why people always get surprised when he said that, oh, I find the bells, church bells tolling, I find them ringing extremely soothing, or sort of like a spiritual experience. But I don't like those aggressive shrieks of azan. And Muslims lost it. Everyone lost it. So he got cancelled again. I think he was attacked very heavily for it. And even and Christians were also attacking him. They're like, oh, now he wants to talk about Christianity. But he said, I've always been a cultural Christian. That's what I mean by Western civilization. Like it was such a tolerant and vibrant society that people who no longer believe in Christianity, they still, they still got along. Everything worked until one specific ideology made a comeback. Oh, based in Bougie. I think I should listen to her. She works really hard. She's a really good part of this movement.
Well, I have a question for Piers Morgan. If this is a far-right racist extremist event, then what the fuck am I doing here? The establishment, Piers Morgan, Keir Starmer, need to learn that us patriots are this country's last hope. And rather than waking up to this fact, They would rather sit there and police when and where the English people wear the English flag. Let me make something very clear. If seeing the Union Jack makes you cross, respectfully, pack your bags and get lost. Support the country you live in or go live in the country you support. But apparently I'm a white supremacist for saying this. Yes, apparently I'm a white woman who went overboard on the sunbed. But the reason why the left have to use such insanity is because they're fearful. They're fearful of unity between black and white, Persian, Asian Christians, and they are fearful of seeing the English lions rising up, taking their country back as they should. The English have had a long history of never bending down to tyranny. They defeated tyranny, so never forget that. Now, I also want to add that the left also believes that I would have been attacked at this event because I'm an ethnic minority and I'm a black woman. Patriots, are you okay with me being here?
Beautiful question. Well done.
ITV and BBC, I hope they clip that up. The UTK message is very, very simple. If you come into a country that's not indigenously yours, respect the customs, respect the culture, respect the people. Don't come into a country and start forcing your religion and your calls to prayer and your free Palestine. Speaking of free Palestine, where was that energy for Iran? Where was that energy for the Nigerians who have been massacred for 2 years? Where was that energy for the genocide that's currently happening in the UK, where we are seeing the English being demographically replaced? But as I look at this view, I must say I'm extremely, extremely inspired. And I'm seeing all these beautiful patriots. And this is what Britain should look like every day. And I want to encourage every patriot to never stop waving the flag. Because when you wave the flag, you're not just waving a fabric. You're waving the most important symbol in the world, which is the symbol of the cross. The symbol of our Lord and Savior's sacrifice so that we can all have salvation. So I encourage you all to use your salvation not to live a fearful, individualistic, selfish lifestyle, but to instead have a lifestyle of community. Fight for your family, fight for your community, fight for your country. Because whether people like it or not, every knee shall bow, every tongue shall confess that Jesus Christ is King of Kings, Lord of Lords of the United Kingdom. Thank you so much, guys.
Good speech. Well done, Based and Bougie.
So, we worked with the police in the negotiations for this event, and we had an event up till 6 o'clock. So we had every speech to every minute with songs, all scheduled, all worked. After Keir Starmer and Sadiq Khan met with the Gold Commander yesterday, you all saw it on TV, they cut 30 minutes off our event, which means the schedule's changed. We've been trying to work to it, so I've been rushing everyone, trying to fit everything in so everyone gets a chance to speak. Because last time, 6 speakers travelled to talk, they prepared, and they didn't get a chance. So we're hopefully going to work through this pretty fast. Now we've got another video from a gentleman again who was here last time. He was meant to be speaking. I'll just introduce him now. It's Tamer Hassan.
Antonio
First of all,
Banderas?
I'm sorry I am that I can't be there with you all this time round. That being said, I think I speak for all of us.
That's Antonio Banderas.
We are fed up of the current establishment trying to divide us. We are fed up of what's going on in our country today. We are fed up of being divided. We are fed up of the two-tier policing. We are fed up of everything that's going on in this country that is wrong. We're fed up of the fabric and the values of Great Britain being ripped from beneath our feet.
Good.
I'm a born and bred Londoner, and I love my country. I come from an immigrant family, and we're here. We support everything and all the values of Great Britain. That being said, Keir Starmer, your time's up. Sadiq Khan, you have destroyed my beautiful London town. It is now time for all of us, every corner of Great Britain, to come together, link arms and unite against what's going on. Again, Keir Starmer, your time's up.
Pretty strong.
Sadiq Khan, your time's up.
That is Antonio Banderas.
I want to introduce you to a friend and brother of mine who you all know. A great man who's going to help change this country
Liam Neeson.
and put the great back in Great
I'll
Britain.
find you. He's a poor Keir
Let me
Starmer.
introduce you to your next London mayor. Please give him a huge welcome. And don't forget to vote, Mr. Ant Middleton.
Bit of a change with the schedule. We're still trying to get the right Starlink for Ant at the minute. Ant sat somewhere, we're trying to connect with him. So we're going to carry on and bring back to Ant Middleton in a little while, yeah? Who wants Ant Middleton as London Mayor? Who wants to see strong men put back in there? Right, next up. For too long, people have been too scared to speak their opinion because of the attack on free speech within the workplace. For example, we have seen doctors and nurses supporting Hamas, Hezbollah, terrorist organisations. They don't lose their job. One British nurse dared to speak up and she just shared something on social media. She can talk about it. She lost her job. Right now we're fighting with lawyers. We're line in the sand has been drawn. Amy's case is the battleground. Amy, get up here, darling.
Yeah, where's Conor McGregor?
Hello to the world. I never ever thought I'd be standing here in front of you amazing, amazing people. I lost my speech at the pub, so I'm just going to do it from my heart. So my name is Amy.
Yeah, right.
I was simply somebody who worked for the NHS. I was very, very good at my job. I love looking after people. So I became an incredible healthcare who worked with a medical emergency team and with acute medicine. But it all changed one day when I shared a post on Facebook regarding illegal immigration. And the post that I shared was actually from the government, so it's factual. But that day, I lost my job. I was sacked for gross misconduct, and I was called a racist.
Oh.
I am not a racist. I've got friends from every nationality, from everywhere around the world. They all agree I am not a racist. And the man that made me feel proud today, the man in the green beret, stood here, made me come out on this stage and made me feel proud. So I lost my job for exercising my fundamental right in a free country, the right to speak, the right to ask questions, the right to have an opinion. To be clear, this was never around my patients. This was never in the hospital setting. This was me at home with my own personal views. So recently, a judge has declared that I can have a discrimination case. So I hope that you all support me. Thank you so much. Please follow my pages and support me. I've got a long way to go. This fight is not just about me. This is about 1.5 million people that work for the NHS. We are all silenced. My friends are not allowed to attend this rally. We are all silenced. Do you think that the police force here don't want to speak out? Of course they do. It was like I was. We are not allowed. We're not allowed to speak out. So probably 3 to 4 million people in the public sector are not allowed to speak out. So I've been silenced, I've been restricted, expected to stay quiet, even when the country is on its knees, especially the women and the children in this country. I've never seen so much horror. I've never seen so much rape, murder, our poor women, our poor children. Why are we allowing this as British people? When I grew up, we played on the streets. We went in when it went dark. We was all safe. We are now not safe. We can't have this anymore. So, one moment. My legal fight will continue, and it will not be easy, but every message of support, every person who shares my story gives strength to my fight. Because when one person stands up, it matters. But when thousands of people stand together, it becomes impossible to ignore. So, This is not just for me. This is for the future of our country, for our children, for the freedom that generations before us sacrificed. And many of my family are in the army, and they do not agree, but they're not allowed to talk either. So I ask you to follow me. So before I leave, I want to say, this is our moment, all right? This is our moment. We never forget where we come from. We never forget those who came before us, the men, the women who built this country, our grandparents of generations, the people who fought and sacrificed everything for our country. When we are divided, we are weak, but when we are united, we are very, very powerful. So, because we are the strength of Britain, if we forget that, we will lose everything we are meant to be. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm so nervous, guys. Thank you.
This movement has always been about ordinary people doing extraordinary things. Ladies getting up, standing up, taking the fight. Next, we have been in a culture war for a long time. When we set up Unite the Kingdom movement, it wasn't set up by Tommy Robinson. It was set up with multiple people coming together, brainstorming, thinking about how we can create a cultural revolution in this country. One person who's been leading the front of the culture war for many years is up now to speak to you. A good friend again, an important role. He's faced everything, the attacks, the censorship. Cole Benjamin.
Blowing. Oh, it's everywhere, isn't it? I come to you today as an emissary of good tidings. You are witnessing the very last Labour government that will ever exist.
Where's the helicopter footage?
When we began this 2 years ago, we did not know that it would get this big. It was 5,000 people began here. And look at it now, man. This is the cultural revolution we've been looking for. This is the revolution from the bottom, moving up. And I have said at every one of these rallies, we are going to find representation. We are going to find our political voice. And now we have it. We have got to a point where we have a politician who, when he's called a racist or a sexist or whatever magic word they want to use, has magic words of his own. He has 3 powerful words that you should use in your own life. I don't care. They only have the power that we give them. We can choose differently, and we are. They are on borrowed time, and they know it. We are inevitable at this point. Everywhere we go, we've been winning staggering victories. And I've got some good news. Rupert Lowe has declared for Makerfield. The battle is on. The war is going to be won. We are coming. You can see that the fear has already crept into them, because even before the rally, Keir Starmer was attacking us. He put out a video, he put out an article, he put out numerous statements calling us all hateful, calling us all this or that or the other, this or that or the other. What are the words? We don't care. We are coming. We are going to win. We are going to take it all. We are going to fix this country. You don't care how hateful you think it is, that the mums and dads of this nation do not want to pass it down to our children in the state that we find it. It must be fixed.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
Thank you so much.
Do you know what? I'm actually going to slow down now. I've been so stressed about this event. I know how much it depends on it. I think everything we've gone through, all of us have gone through. I've got friends who surrounded me today, who stood with me from the start with the English Defence League, lost their jobs, were smeared. Many people have lost their jobs and been attacked, and everything has led to this moment. So it's an important day. I moan a lot. If you listen to my podcast and my interviews, I moan a lot. I feel sorry for myself. Yeah. There's one woman who's been through as much, lost her home, been attacked, been cancelled, was labelled the most hated woman in Britain. And I've watched the change in myself with the public, and I've been blessed to watch the change of love shown to this woman. We have a message for you now.
My name is Katie Watkins, and I want to thank you all for being at the Unite the Kingdom rally today, whether you're here in London or joining us from overseas. Welcome to Great Britain. I want to say a few things to you, if I may. I see you and I see our capital city, and it looks, for the first time in a very long time, like the place that I remember, and our capital city, and a place that we can all call home. And I'm so proud of you all. I want to say to you all a few important things. Firstly, I am so sorry that we have the cretins and the cockwombles in Westminster that we do, calling you names, calling you labels. None of that is true. None of those labels are you. I know what you are, and you are the very, very best of us, and you are the very, very best in Britain, and I'm proud to be part of you and you. You know, for too long, great British people have felt like they are second-class citizens in their own country. And for too long, our elderly have been at the back of the queue, and that is not acceptable. We are told that diversity matters, but funnily enough, diversity comes in any colour as long as it's not white. We are told that we need to be tolerant, but it turns out the people who preach tolerance are the most intolerant of all. And we are told that we live in a great multiculture, that we have multiculturalism, and we don't. We have an imposter culture that doesn't want any part of ours, and we're still expected to tiptoe around it. And that needs to stop.
Uh-oh. Poor Katie. Oh, I think she comes back. Oh, yeah, she's back. What? I'm watching her live on this other one. Let me try this one. There you go. She's going all right. Oh. Come in.
Thank you to the police, to the volunteers, to all of the people who have worked to make this happen. You know, you are not alone. We are many, and we are stronger together, and together we will unite the kingdom.
I was wondering why she was looking left to right if she was just
God love her.
talking to the camera.
Hear it for Katie Hopkins. As we said, for too long we've been led by weak men. We need strong men.
When you press the trigger for the first time, you can become like a dog on a bloodlust.
That's Ant Middleton.
Frustration creates anger. Anger creates violence. I've been to combat and heavy combat. I would never insult a World War I and World War II veteran by saying that I've been to war. Those poor fuckers went to war.
So ultimately, all you're doing, you're trying to survive. You're being plonked into this chaos, into this world of the unknown.
If we are of all cultures, that means we are cultureless. If you're hostile against our British culture, you do not belong here. It's death by 1,000 cuts, and this is where I come in, mate. No more.
Right, We should right now be going live to Ant Middleton. Can you hear us, Ant?
Yes, yes, Tommy. Can you hear me?
Aged in like 5 minutes. Mate, we're looking at you. What message have you got for London, Ant? What message have you got for London, for Great Britain?
Listen, mate, I am currently at Everest Base Camp and I'm taking my 17-year-old son to the summit of Mount Everest. English pride, British pride. You know, the reason why I'm doing this is because I want everyone to know what we produce out of England. We produce young leaders. We produce stoic individuals. We are leading with absolutely everything that we do, and we must never forget that as an identity. I'm coming back to serve, mate. Once I've come from the apex of the world, from Mount Everest, my duty has always been to serve. Before, it was to serve my country and my queen when I swore back in 1997. Over a decade of service to the highest of standards. And right now, even though I've got this media career and I'm sitting pretty on my hands, I cannot allow that to happen, especially with what's going on in the UK, in Great Britain and in England, and more importantly, what's happening in London with the two-tier police system. I will come back, mate, and I will rattle London until it wakes up. I promise you that. When I come back, yes, I promise you that I will. I was honest to God, I was born to serve. And ever since I've jumped into the media world, there's been something missing. And it's 100% service to my country, service to my people. And this time it's service to London. There's 3 things within my manifesto. A lot of people say, "Ant, you live abroad, you're currently doing your own thing," and I am. But when the time comes and when I return, I've been working on my manifesto, and the 3 things that I've been working on is zero tolerance policies when it comes to London. Safety and security is what I'm good at. I'm an SME when it comes to safety and security. Zero tolerance policies, deterrent policies, but the most important one, which I think should happen across the board, is accountability policies. Now, let me tell you something. When people vote me in for Mayor of London, and when I become Mayor of London, I will be the action man mayor. I will be on the streets of London on a weekly basis with the people, with the victims. I will turn up, and you've heard this right here in front of millions in London right now from Everest Base Camp. I will turn up to every fatal stabbing that happens in my city. And what I mean by that is, every fatal stabbing that happens, I will turn up and I will hold people accountable. I will hold the certain borough that happens. I will hold the police HQ accountable. I will hold councillors accountable. I will force them to communicate, and I will put them on a strike system, because no one is held accountable. Everyone shrugs shoulders. Everyone blames it on religion, on culture, and we're absolutely sick of that. Everything will fit under our British cultured umbrella, and that includes our law and order, and we will not waver from that. It will be British, it will be English, and again, please come and enjoy yourself under our British cultured umbrella, but you will adhere to our law and order, you will adhere to the law of the land, and you will respect our values, our culture, our principles, and our traditions, and they will come above any other culture or religion. And I will enforce that the moment I take office in London.
Yeah, how's that gonna work? Most of London is not even British, so why would they support him? They wouldn't support him. They'd be like, "No, hang on, he's gonna come."
London Mayor. And God bless, bro.
And what I think is really important, before I leave you guys, what I think is really important is that we take back that position. The capital of our city, England, the capital of England is London. It needs to be run by an Englishman or an Englishwoman, full stop. We need to take back our identity, we need to take back our culture, and we need to take back our national pride. And that is what I plan to do. So please, everyone, the London Mayor, the next London Mayor elections and the next general elections are the most important elections of our lives. Make sure you vote for one of us so we can take back that position, we can take back our country, and we can take back our capital.
Yeah, again, they're not British. They wouldn't support you,
Get
bro.
to the top of that mountain.
It could work nationally, but it's not going to work in London. Only 40% of London is
And I'll
British.
be back down with my young leader's son, Gabriel, and we will show what we can produce out of England. Take care, guys. Have an amazing day, and I'll see you soon.
Thank you, Ant Middleton. When we hear about open border mass immigration, this one is for the Gary Linekers of the world. No, there's a real cost to open border immigration. I'm going to bring you up now a very brave lady who faced the real cost of this. Rhiannon White was 27 years old when she was butchered 23 times by an invader from Sudan.
Horrible.
Give it her brave mother. Do you know, whenever I see these people murdered, I see children raped, I see these mass killings, I think, where are the parents to speak up, to use that opportunity to warn the rest of the country? Your doors are not safe. They're bringing in criminals, rapists, murderers. Do you know, last year in the United States of America, 66% of the murders were by illegal immigrants. That means 66% of the murders didn't have to happen. We need our own ICE. Europe needs its own ICE. Get these criminals, round them up, and get them out of our country. Siobhan White, darling, and the rest of the family, are you coming up, girls?
That was horrible. She worked at the same hotel that was housing that Sudanese migrant. And he just lost it randomly. He lost it.
What we have already received from everyone has been unwavering. I have made some of the truest friends while navigating the most difficult part of my life, all of whom have been raising awareness for Rhiannon. I am the mother of Rhiannon Sky White, a beautiful, selfless 27-year-old woman who was brutally murdered in October 2024 by an illegal migrant. Rhiannon had spent the day working in a hotel. Unbeknown to her, she was being stalked. She was followed to the train station where she was waiting to return home to me. But instead, I received a phone call that changed my life forever. Rhiannon is left behind a little boy, her siblings and me, her mum, a big extended family. We couldn't hold her funeral for 4 months because she was no longer Rhiannon. She was classed as evidence. Rhiannon was stabbed 23 times with a Phillips screwdriver. Yeah. The main injury which caused her death was to her brainstem. Less than 90 seconds this monster took to attack her, leaving her fighting for her life on a train station platform. If she had survived, she would have been blind with brain injuries and no quality of life. 11 weeks he was in this country when he unleashed his unprovoked frenzied attack on my daughter. And to celebrate his achievements, he then went and purchased alcohol, returned to the hotel, and was caught on CCTV and mobile footage dancing and laughing with lights in the background, which were emergency services trying to save her. 15 months of fighting for justice in court, where from day one he denied everything, calling the forensics liars, and denied he could speak English. He lied about his age, giving the same generic birth date, the 1st of the 1st. We don't actually know his real age. He refused to do any bone density tests. And when the Home Office went to speak to him, showed no remorse, slouched in his seat and kept saying, "Thank you for the questions." During the trial, we found out he was untreated, HIV positive. He was denied asylum in Germany and Italy. My question is why? Arrested in Germany, but no further charges. Yes, he was given a life sentence, minimum 29 years, probably never be released. But we were given a life sentence where we had to sit at Rhiannon's bedside for 3 days watching Rhiannon diminish and hold her hand as her life support was switched off. How many more women, children, or even men have to keep going through this? Sexual assaults, raped, and even murdered. This needs to stop. This sham of a government needs to start looking after the British citizens of this country. We have enough with the people of our own country committing these crimes. We don't need any more of these illegal invaders. Shut the borders, detain them and send them back to whichever country they are from. Stop giving them a home in a hotel or a HMO and benefit money.
Wanker.
Keir Starmer, where do I even begin to discuss this abhorrent
Wanker.
excuse of a leader of our country? He has failed us. He has failed my daughter, Rhiannon. I believe she would still be alive today if this disgusting excuse of a man had not been in control. This isn't about race or colour for us as a family. This is about us wanting to stop these crimes happening. I am currently working on a Rhiannon's law to be put in place. So if this government is to keep allowing these illegal invaders into our country, we fight to detain, medical checks, ID checks, tagged and stopped and allowing them to walk our streets freely. We are going to leave a legacy in Rhiannon's name for her son and other children going through the same loss as he is. Her little boy wants to be a brain doctor when he grows up, so we can help people like his mum. No 6-year-old child should ever be thinking this way. We as a family have set up a GoFundMe page for the children left behind, rhiannonskywhite.co.uk, for children who may have lost their mothers this way, the way Rhiannon's little boy has, or mothers who lost their children in similar circumstances I have. Every single penny donated will go to helping and supporting these families. So to help us ensure this is possible, please can we ask that you donate anything you're able to. And if you are financially unable to contribute, we ask that you please share her story. Everything we do as a family is for Rhiannon, her little boy and the children left behind. The reason I don't want this monster's name is mentioned is because he's not worthy.
Because
this is Rhiannon's story. We will continue to say her name, Rhiannon Sky White. Thank you.
Poor girl. I didn't know she was that young. She was only 28. She worked at the same
Make
hotel.
sure we share that website with all of you. Make sure you support them. That murder did not have to happen. She shouldn't be dead. They don't care. That's the reality. They do not care. How many more of our daughters have to be taken? As we leave that, I want to go. What a brave family. What a brave family. None of us can even imagine what they've gone through. Imagine what they've gone through. That's the real cost. The reality of open border mass immigration. That's the reality. I want to talk to you about the darkest stain. The darkest stain in British history. When an invading army of men were brought into this nation and raped and pillaged their way through it at the full acceptance of that place and our police force. When we look, if you've watched our investigation, when I started talking about this first in 2004, it's what we call grooming. We're talking about a rape jihad. I want to give you some numbers for the world that's listening. And you know what? These crimes would never have been allowed to happen if we were a proud, strong nation. Because men would never have allowed it to happen in their towns and cities. We lost who we were. We become disorganized. We lost our spirit. We lost our identity. And men took advantage of our communities and that we hold the dearest to us, our daughters and our women. I want to talk about Telford. The reason I concentrated on Telford in my grooming gang investigation, if you haven't watched the documentaries, we have a very brave lady here today who led the march. Nicole is here from episode 1. A brave lady who led the way in highlighting these crimes. In Telford, there's only 1,000 Muslim men in Telford. 1,000 Muslim men. That town, they raped, these are the police's numbers, 1,000 children were raped and 5 were murdered. 20% of the Muslim men in that town were identified by the police as being involved in the rapes. That's one town. One small town that no one had really been to or heard of, that only has a 1.7% Muslim population. What do you think it's like in Birmingham? What do you think it's like in Luton? The other town you've heard of is what? Rotherham. Rotherham only has 3.7% Muslim population. There's none there. And there's none there, but yet they raped 1,400 children. I don't want you to think about the numbers. I want you to think about the children. Now, they thought they'd bring community cohesion
People get
by
desensitized to
hiding
big
these
numbers.
crimes, by covering up for these crimes. If 1,400 children were raped in the small town of Rotherham, and each one of those children has 4 family members, that means that 10,000 people were directly affected in that town by the rape of the Islamic community on our children. One lady has led the campaign. She has led to the front. She's come through as the face of the survivors of this scandal. Let's introduce that.
This was happening all over our town. Majority of them were Pakistani Muslim men.
7 men have been charged with more than 40 offences in connection with a major investigation into child sexual exploitation in Bristol.
I just turned 14, he was 24, so he's 10 years older than me. He would pick me up from school, I'd have my school uniform. This was happening all over our town. Majority of them were Pakistani Muslim men.
Now, this inquiry is about truth, exposure and accountability. I'll be leading the inquiry myself, and I'm proud to be working alongside an incredible team.
Children as young as like 10 and 11 years old, and the authorities were turning a complete blind eye.
Good afternoon, everybody. I've come here today to talk about the gravest injustices of British history. Throughout the United Kingdom, since as early as the 1950s, children have been groomed, tortured, raped, trafficked, impregnated, criminalised and murdered. Families have been destroyed and ripped apart by gangs of men and women. Children were raped by dogs. There was poured petrol on, forced to dig their own graves. Scriptures of the Quran were read whilst gangs of men raped them. They called for Lucifer while they placed children in microwaves, ovens and freezers. Now that is only one part of the story. Professionals that were paid to protect did absolutely nothing. They didn't just do nothing, they were involved. Police officers held cot nights where groups of police officers raped children and then handed them back to the gangs of men, while social services turned a blind eye. Politicians were also involved, and children were sacrificed for votes. Jahangir Akhtar was a Labour politician. He made a no prosecution deal with rapist Arshad Hussain and PC Hassan Ali. They was making deals with rapists. And let's not forget how the minister, Jess, resigned this week, and very rightly so. They said no to a national inquiry, and of course they did. This was happening under a Labour government and a Tory government. The Tories don't get off lightly either. Now people, the government are bringing in third worlders. And people have asked me, Sammy, why aren't you talking about the white offenders? I do, but guess what? We've got enough white offenders. We don't want no more. Labour politicians have threatened and tried to sue me. They've tried having me arrested for telling you all about what's been going in our country. Raja Meyer is currently trying to sue me. But let me make this very clear. to Keir Starmer, to Jahangir Akhtar, to all the politicians and the police officers that are trying to stop people like me from exposing this, you will not stop us. MP Rupert Lowe has started his inquiry. Our report will be published in a couple of months, and we are going straight for the government. We're going to name them, we're going to shame them, and we're going to prosecute them, and they're not going to stop us. Now, I'm fortunate enough to be able to stand here today, and I'm fortunate enough to say that I sent my rapist to prison for 35 years. There are thousands of children in this country that have had no justice, no platform, and no voice. I just want to mention, before we go into a minute's silence, Lucy Lowe, Laura Wilson, and Jodie Sheeran. They're not here today. So when we go into that moment of silence, please think of them and keep them close to your hearts. And I just want to acknowledge every single victim in this country, not just victims to the gangs, but to the victims that were abused by the church and the priests, the children in care homes, by family members, by online. All the victims, I want you to know that this wasn't your fault. You're not to blame. And the state will be held to account. Is that right?
She was brilliant. The victim herself, so she understands
Let's start
everything.
the 1 minute silence. Thank you, everyone, and have a great day.
Let's have some more patriotic music, yeah? Come on, Britain.
Okay, so have some patriotic music. And in the meantime, I want to share this with you. So the mainstream media has started talking crap, and Piers Morgan has joined the bandwagon. So have a listen. So look at this one. An estimated 50,000 attendees are taking part in Tommy Robinson's Unite the Kingdom protest, which will see swathes of people march from near the Strand to Parliament Square. Sky correspondent, so let's have a listen to him.
Yeah, I think the flags here are a giveaway. This is Unite the Kingdom. This is the protest organised by Tommy Robinson. Now, he did this event last year. It was a huge event, at least 150,000 people. And let's say they're expecting around 50,000 people today, but you can see how far this is stretching down. This sea of flags, British flag, Israeli flags, Iranian flags, pre-Iranian Revolution flags. People have been forming up here since about 9 a.m. They're going to start here. We're just north of the Strand in London, going to march down all the way to Parliament Square, where there'll be speeches throughout the day. So this march is waiting to move off. As you're mentioning there, the government's had a lot more of an interventionist approach. Ahead of this march, they've banned what they call 11 far-right agitators from coming into the UK to speak at this event.
Ooh.
There is this huge police presence too. Keir Starmer described this as being organised by convicted thugs and racists. He said they're peddling hate and division. We've heard chants against Keir Starmer, and you might hear some of that language. So if you
Keir Starmer's a
the other thing
wanker.
which applies to both marches is that anything that's said on stage by a speaker, the organisers are going to be held liable for that. So if there is hate or extremist speech, that could make things a bit tricky. But people are gathering up. It's peaceful so far. There are going to be tens of thousands of people marching all the way down here.
I think Valentina's language last
time
time round, I think that just kind of cheapened it. So we still got to maintain a good decorum. So that would give them an option to go after these people. And because like saying they're Muslim and like you don't say that on stage. And so I think, yeah, that kind of got out of hand. But the thing is, they didn't just ban her. What about the 10 other agitators they banned? They never use any loose language. They spoke normally, but they had a political position that you are not happy with. So the language was just a charade. Like, oh, this is what he said. That they will be held responsible if there any explicit hate is expressed, which I think Valentina's speech was pretty much that. But that's just an excuse. That's why you got to be careful, because that's not the target. The main target was your political opinion, which they are threatened by. But anyway, so they're lying here. They're saying it's 50,000 people. Look at this one. Piers, 50,000. Wow, that's 2,950,000. 950,000. Fewer than Robinson claimed on his last march. So 3 million Tommy claimed, but it was a million. But anyway, look at this. So this is from last year. I remember, this clip. Guardian did that too, showed that too. So that was massive, yeah. So that's what I've been asking for. Where's my helicopter footage? I don't know, guys. Doesn't matter if this many people don't turn up like they did in September, then it's okay. Well, Keir Starmer, we can put that on him. He terrified people. We're going to put facial recognition software on. I saw so many tweets where people were talking, am I going to have a criminal record? Is the government going to hold that against me? So if we don't get the number that we were hoping for, that's, again, not on us. It's on Keir Starmer. I showed you those videos earlier. What those hate marches have been doing, what they've been doing for the last 3 years, every weekend, this is nothing compared to that. No hooliganism, no drunken disorderly conduct. But anyway, that MP, that European Union MP, sorry, I forgot his name. Dominic something, who was also banned from entering London. He's posted this. Now, I don't know if this is fresh or not. It looks very similar to last year ones, but I don't know. That is not 50,000. If this is fresh, this is from this year. If this is from this year, then this is not 50,000. But we need more information, obviously. I need my helicopter footage. But Tommy even said that in his speech. He pointed towards a helicopter. But then where's that footage? And again, like, if fewer people turn up, that's not something, that doesn't mean anything. Keir Starmer made people frightened to go there. Where's this? Okay, let's go back to what are they doing? What are they saying? Dan wouldn't show.
It would never happen. He could only dream of this. So let's have a look at this aerial shot, okay? We are seeing hundreds of thousands of patriots. There is no way we are only looking at 50,000 people. Not a chance. So you can see here on screen, the streets are full, absolutely
this is last
full
year's.
of patriots.
This was definitely wrong.
With flags, and the mainstream media are silent
false.
on this,
from
aren't
last
they?
year.
So they have been saying, Tommy Robinson march, police make multiple arrests as tens of thousands join rival London protests. Well, we've all got eyes and we can see exactly what is going on. There are so many of you out there. There are so many of you joining in the chat. But we knew that two-tier would be weaponized. We knew they would make up numbers. They said there was 50 to 100,000 last year. Simply not true. We've heard some very, very powerful speeches. Sammy Woodhouse, who has said the establishment have tried to arrest her for simply telling you what has gone on. You won't get the truth from your mainstream. You will get it here, though. This is a fully independent
Lauren, this
news
is
channel.
this is last
And
year's footage.
Come on, subscribers. We're at 699,852. Can we get to 700,000 right now? Hit that subscribe button while we are live, and let's watch that go.
Grooming gang, by the way. I don't know there's any pro-grooming gang campaigners. And Sammy, you've just given a rousing speech about the grooming gangs. And I think one of the things that came across in your speech is the sheer scale of this issue with
Okay, guys, I think it's about midnight here. It's time for me to watch it on my TV screen. And you guys can switch over to, I don't know if 2C TV is showing it too. It should be. I didn't even check if 2C is doing it or Dan wouldn't. They're doing it. Yeah, look, I don't know. Look, even if, I don't know whatever the story is behind this footage, this helicopter footage, or even if, as I said, even if fewer people turn up, that's not on Tommy. That's not on this movement. It doesn't mean anything. It's just that these people have, you know, Keir Starmer has been going full Stalin mode. I mean, he deployed, I don't know how many thousand facial recognition cameras, and people were terrified. Like, I saw some tweets. I was like, I read a couple, and I was like, oh, come on, why are you so worried? And people are genuinely worried. I've created this Telegram group of, you know, Western Patriot Alliance or something, where, you know, patriots from all countries, they're networking, they're sharing ideas, and there's so much to learn. And people are genuinely scared. Some people are saying underneath my videos, in my comments, they're saying, no, well, I don't know if Asia is going to be watching me. Look at these hate speech laws. What if I say something and they interpret something as hate? They've literally got custodial sentences for tweets and words. I showed you earlier how the UK arrested more people for 30 words. And getting arrested doesn't mean that, you know, you're going to be behind. Well, actually, what it does too. What happened to Lucy Connolly? But a lot of these arrests were like, you know, they would let you go. But you've got a criminal record. That's going to stay with you for the rest of your life. Like, your life will, and your employer may find out about that, and then that can have all kinds of, like, it can literally uproot your life. So people are scared. So people, maybe they're a bit cautious. Maybe that's why 3 million people didn't turn up and only 2 million turned up. I don't know. So I don't think it's, but I don't know, like, why they're not showing that footage though. Oh, Glenn Beck is here. Is that Glenn Beck? I think that's Glenn Beck.
See you, hear you, and are praying for you and are standing with you today. I want to make it clear why I am. Thank you.
USA.
I will tell you that I am here today, like you, not to stand against anything and hate, not to stand for hatred, but to stand for the most revolutionary idea in human history, that all men are created equal. And not because of a king or parliament says it, but because we are all endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights. Those rights cannot be taken from us by government or religion. No ideology can take them away. They are life and liberty and the right to speak your mind and to speak truth. The right to worship or not worship according to your conscience.
Anyway.
Equal justice.
So obviously there are people coming in from America as well. That's pretty good. So I think it's going to keep going, and I will cover the blowback and the meltdowns of the Islamists and the Greenies, and hey, Keir Starmer, because that idiot, that fool, thinks that by going after Tommy or by going after this ballooning number of patriots, he might somehow be able to save his prime ministership. That's what that genius is thinking right now. I mean, I still can't get over it. I said that before, that when the time comes, Keir Starmer is going to throw his Muslim buddies under the bus, and he's going to switch sides. But he's not doing it. He's stupider than that. I thought maybe he might have some survival instincts, but apparently he doesn't. Clearly he doesn't. He thinks that, okay, let's go after the most popular movement in order to recover my standing. Fool. Anyway, all right, guys, I'm gonna go hit the sack. Thank you very much for everyone who tuned in. I enjoyed it, actually. I don't do live streams anymore, but I think it wasn't bad. Anyway, good night. Well done. Good luck. Patriots all unite. Check my live my Telegram app, my Telegram group. Join that. The link is in description.